morning, everyone. Good morning. May I ask that Ms. Nicole May come forward, please? Nicole May. Good morning. I'm Councilman Eugene Green, and I'm pleased to make a presentation in recognition of the work done by and the community service by Ms. Nicole May. This proclamation honors Nicole May for her distinguished membership in the Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated Alpha Gamma Zeta Chapter, whereas Nicole May has been selected as the 2025 Zeta of the Year with Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, whereas Nicole May is a distinguished 30-year member of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority and a person whose life and career exemplify the sorority's core values of scholarship, service, sisterhood, and finer impactful initiatives that raise funds for scholarships and community support. And whereas Nicole May is making a difference through her leadership in the sorority's Grow with Google initiative, crafting care packages for domestic violence victims, and in her various roles as serving on the sorority's Southern Region editors team, the Louisiana Power of Social Health and Economic Justice Steering Committee, and as a member of the Retention Committee. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the City of New Orleans that the New Orleans City Council recognizes our own Nicole May. It is at my request, and it is signed by all the members of the council, including Councilmember Joe Giarrusso, who is here today. Please, based on what you've heard today, can we give a nice round of applause to Nicole May for her service?
Thank you.
Ms. May, a few words from you.
Wow, this is such a great honor, and I appreciate being bestowed this. I do have some support people here with me because you cannot accomplish these years of service alone. I do have members, my co-worker, my sorority, and also my neighborhood president as well in the New Orleans Fire Department. When I first started with the city, I was under the fire department and I transitioned to ITI. So I just would like to thank everyone, and I'm excited to be here, and I am definitely committed to the community, and I will continue to provide extraordinary service to all.
We appreciate your service. Who's with you at the table so that the public can know, and a quick word on that?
Yes, I'm going to let them introduce themselves. To my left.
Good morning, I'm Leanne Williams, the current president of the Alpha Gamma Zeta chapter of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated.
And to my right.
Hi, my name is Phelan Cornist, and I'm the president of Lake Oak Civic Association.
Would you like to add something about Ms. May? And same to you, Phelan?
Absolutely, thank you for the honor, Mr. Green. We are honored to have Nicole as a member of our chapter. She serves in so many roles, just as you said, and she gives of herself so freely to all of our chapter initiatives. She brings new, innovative ideas to our sorority, which impacts our community, and we are so grateful for all the work that she does and all that she freely gives of her time, talent, and resources to not only our sorority, but to the city of New Orleans as well.
Thank you, Mr. Phelan Cornish.
And I'd like to say that Nicole May has been a very, very strong supporter of the initiatives that are brought to our neighborhood association, as well as just simply keeping me in line. So I'd like to thank her for that.
That's a very important role that you play. Keeping that guy in line. Thank you for the work that you do, Phelan. But thank you, Ms. Nicole May. Councilman Giarrusso, want to add?
Well, first of all, it's Jesuit Glad love seeing the blue and the white. I give Councilmember Green a hard time. But I just want to say thank you for your involvement because, it feels like as we get more connected with technology, we get less engaged with each other. And that doing the hard work of whether it's with the sorority or with your neighborhood organization is so incredibly important. And at this time when people are divided and not talking to each other and doing different things, your commitment to community makes a big difference. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you.
And Ms. May also celebrated blue and white when she was at Dillard. So you got Dillard, you got sorority, and I guess we'll throw in that blue jay thing. Let's take a picture up front. Thank you.
I think the superintendent on the fire department may have something to say.
Well, okay, absolutely. No, come on, wait. Anybody can miss it, right? Come on. And sisters, come on up here and
Thank you, Councilmember. I know it's hard for me to hide, but I was hiding back here. I just want to, this is not a surprise that Miss May would be awarded the Zeta of the Year. As she mentioned, she worked for us for several years. She was a tremendous asset. We hated to see her go, but we wanted to see her go on to bigger and better things, working on a citywide level with ITI. She's done a tremendous job. She's still helping us right now with all of the IT infrastructure in the new fire headquarters. So she's just a tremendous asset to the city. She's a tremendous person. We all love her, and we're just so happy to celebrate her today. Not to interfere in the council's thunder, but we did our own plaque as well, congratulating her for being Zeta of the Year.
I like that.
And if I could just read it, it says, Nicole May, congratulations on your achievement. The NOFD is proud of you. Your hard work and dedicated efforts have been outstanding. You have shown exemplary conduct, which has led you to this significant milestone. Congratulations on your well-deserved success. Congratulations. Thank you. You love you.
Come on up, Chief and members of the fire department and sisters. Come on up front for a serious photo.
You go get church robes.
She can get as many as I can. Zoom in, turn around.
I got it.
All right, we're going to get started with our next proclamation, please. So if you can either clear chambers or be a little quieter. Y'all want to come forward? Yeah, come sit at the table, please. Wherever you want. Doesn't matter. You can sit in the edges, you can sit in the middle. Sit in the middle will probably be the best spot so the camera can see your shiny faces. this is to me like one of those New Orleans mornings where like my whole worlds are colliding. So I have a picture here I'm going to show you guys later. I actually testified in 1988 when I was 12 about smoke-free. My grandfather was pushing it when he sat in the middle of the dais. We're here to honor all the work that you did. And then we actually have, I don't know if you all know this, but we have legislation today to prevent vaping in other stores as well, because we know how important that is. And so it goes to show you nothing under the sun is new. The fight still continue no matter where you are. You know, Councilmember Guidry sat at this seat before I did. My daughters went to school with Paul's nieces. So this is just one of those typical New Orleans things where everybody's aligned. And look, what we all want for everybody is to be happy and healthy. And really, that's what I think this is all about. So, Brad, I will let you make the introductions, and the floor is yours. Thank you for being here this morning.
No problem. Thank you, Joe. And as my council member, I can't thank you enough for doing this and arranging it for in honor of the 10-year celebration. But this is the 10-year celebration of the Smoke-Free New Orleans Air Act. And as it says, you know, going back and watching the testimony, I thought we would never get this done, but we did. And so to my left is all the people that made this happen. Kathy Richard is a musician's advocate. Susan Guidry was the co-sponsor of the legislation. Paul Sanchez is a musician. And then last but not least, Deacon John Moore. And also this whole group right here behind me who are national partners and national advocates in the Smoke-Free New Orleans Coalition, the Smoke-Free NOLA Coalition. So, really, I have nothing more to say than that. Just I'm honored to be here, and this I can't say enough about the work that these people have done. Oh, I will do this. I will present Susan with a Smoke-Free Champions Award, because see, you too, Joe, might get one of these.
I can only aspire.
Well, and you know, one thing Susan said to me is this is one of those things that honors something you leave a legacy after you do this. And thank you guys for, as you move forward, for helping us protect it. And thank Susan for leaving a legacy. Here you go, Susan.
So much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brad, Kathy, Susan, Paul. Anybody want to add anything? I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but also, as long as you're sitting there, happy to hear some words from you.
It's very strange to be sitting on this side of the dais. But good morning, everyone, and I'm thrilled to be back to celebrate this moment. It's as a legislator, as a council member, it's not that often that 10 years later you can look back and you can see a change that affected the city forever. And this is one. And so it's been really exciting for me. 10 years ago, Latoya knocked on my door and said, "You want to do this with me?" And I had tried to do it as soon as I got on the council and couldn't get the support. So a few years later, she walks in and says, "Yes, I'll do that. I'll do that right away." And it was so powerful because of all of these organizational partners. If you want to get tough legislation done, have tough people behind you. And these were folks, the American Cancer Society, the American Lung Association, American Heart Association, then Smoke-Free NOLA, and these were organizations that had been through this before, and they knew what obstacles were going to be thrown up in our path. And so they prepared us for it. And so it was, we had the resources marshaled that we needed. And we knew when they punched at us, the gambling industry, the tobacco industry, et cetera, we knew that punch was coming, or we knew right away how to handle it, thanks to all of these folks who are, by the way, still on the front lines. They're going from city to city across this country and state to state to get smoke-free legislation passed. So it's really exciting, and it's so good to see everyone again. And then again, now we come to the local partners.
and the musicians, the stories they told made you cry at the public hearings. The musicians, what they had to put up with, the casino workers who would talk about angry customers blowing smoke in their faces. And they had to deal with that. They had to stand there and take that. And, you know, the physicians who talked about what they saw and the effect that it all had, it was really, it was a perfect storm. It really was a perfect time. About 50 other cities had passed it, and the state had passed some legislation. So it was, you know, we were building on that. And they said it couldn't happen in New Orleans because people came to New Orleans to be free and do whatever they wanted, and it would kill the French Quarter. And what have we found? What have we seen? I mean, don't we all enjoy walking into the clubs more than we used to? And so, anyway, I just would say that the people of this city wanted that. They wanted it, and the polls showed it, and the fact that they helped to enforce it afterwards showed it. And so I'm very excited to have been a part of it, and I'm very excited to see the lasting impact it's had on people.
Thank you. Paul?
Thank you.
As a singer, breathing clean air is important to me, so I was proud then and now to be one of the faces for Smoke-Free NOLA. What I remember always about the morning that I spoke before the council was that the day began with a third grade public elementary school class singing the national anthem. And I watched those children sing the national anthem and knew that my job had just been made easier in speaking to the council, because the council members looked into the faces of the children. They thought about the future and they voted their conscience, which I trust the council members that sit today do the same. So thank you for the honor of being here today.
Thank you. Deacon John?
Bonjour. It's indeed a great honor and a privilege to stand here before you today on such a memorable occasion, the 10th anniversary of the passing of the Smoke-Free Environment Laws. And it just holds a special place in my heart because most of my life, I spent, me and my musician friends, my artists, my colleagues, we were in danger of our health from working in a smoke environment. And our lives have been impacted in so many ways, but now we don't have to worry about that anymore, thanks to you guys. And today marks another milestone in New Orleans history, because once again, our city leaders have demonstrated the courage and the wisdom to do the right thing. They have chosen to put the health and welfare of the people over politics. And I'm so proud to be here today to tell you a smoke-free environment in New Orleans is dear and near to my heart. And I can't thank you guys enough, for doing the right thing, because what's good for us is good for the community. And we deserve to have a place where we can work and not fear the health risk of working in a smoke-filled environment. And once again, thank you for letting me be myself again.
Would any of the council members like to say anything before I read a couple of the paragraphs from the proclamation? Councilmember Green, Councilmember Thomas?
Well, certainly, even though it's kind of hard to follow. I shouldn't have pressed the microphone right now, but that fellow St. Algrad is always out there doing things in our community, wearing his purple and gold tie. I know y'all get tired of hearing it, but you're going to hear it all the time. Well, no, thank you.
Good talking.
No, thank you to everyone. As we celebrate this 10th year, it does remind you of the fact that there were so many negatives associated with this legislation early on. How many businesses were going to go out of business? How the tourists were going to stop coming to New Orleans? How our real estate market was going to suffer because the businesses were going to go out of business. And we've thrived since then. We've grown since then. At the same time, as you mentioned, being aware of the needs of the public. So this is a great celebration on this 10th year. I remember when I was younger, it's interesting, going to clubs, I didn't go to clubs much, but I remember that people would say, I'm not going to go to certain clubs because they have too much smoke. Or I'm inside the club and I have to leave because there's just too much smoke. I didn't go to a lot, but I went to enough to know that when I went around on the campaign trail with a couple of campaigners, it was like, you stay outside, we'll go inside, because you're too older. That smoke will kill you. At the end of the day, what we did back then, and I want to applaud if Mayor Cantrell is watching, she took this initiative on with members of the city council and did the right thing in this respect. So it's helped to make people healthier, which is important. It's the ultimate in respect for those who work in the industry, the musicians and also the singers and the people who work there, the people who work behind the counters. It's just been good for the city of New Orleans. It's been an example for other places, and it's helped to enhance our healthy outcomes and also to really, at the end of the day, because of the fact that secondhand smoke is a very quiet killer, it's saved a lot of lives too. So to all involved with that legislation on the council level and to all who are involved with promoting the passage of the legislation that made us move toward being smoke-free, we appreciate the work. And thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, thank you, Councilmember Russo, and happy 10 years of a celebration. Probably would hope that it would have been a 100-year celebration, but at least we have a foundation moving into the future. As I think about people in my own family, as I remember, one of the most memorable funeral services is in my family. You sang the song for Uncle Placide, and we know that he died of heart failure, but the coughing and the complications as he got older, he used to complain about that, similar to my father, who was an avid smoker, but then once he realized what it was doing in his life, he had wished and he had hoped that he had a different path, or someone would have intervened on him. And I'll never forget the doctor saying that my father would have probably lived into his 90s had his heart been stronger than Uncle Placide. That I know, Doc, it had an impact on him. And one of the great, like you, one of the great musicians. I'll never forget watching him on the Johnny Carson show, right, as a kid, and saying, oh, wow, that's my family, or my aunt. Well, today we're introducing an ordinance that will help restrict nicotine and how it's being marketed and sold in communities. We're hoping that it tracks the ordinance that Susie Teller and I did some years ago to look at how they pick certain communities for alcohol and paraphernalia, and now nicotine, the same thing. So thank you guys for making history, and forever it'll be recorded in the history of the city that not only did you guys do what was right, y'all helped save lives. Thank you.
Well, thank you all so much. I think in summation, I agree with Brad and Councilmember Guidry that you always want to make sure your legacy lives on, but also that can't happen without people who've experienced it. So everybody who played a personal role in making that happen is such an important part of the story. I'm going to just read the last couple of paragraphs of the proclamation before I present it. So it says, whereas New Orleans has joined other leading cities across the nation in promoting smoke-free environments, demonstrating a strong commitment to progressive public health policies and community wellness, whereas the success of this legislation is a testament to the advocacy and dedication of public health professionals, community organizations, business owners, and residents who champion the cause of a smoke-free New Orleans, including musicians Craig Klein, Deacon John Moore, Paul Sanchez, the family of former casino employee Maceo Bevrot, former city council member Susan Guidry, of course, as council member Green acknowledged, now Mayor Cantrell, musicians advocate Kathy Richard, all the supportive New Orleans smoke-free bars and music venues, the Smoke-Free NOLA Coalition, the current and former leadership and staff, and the organizations that worked for over 8 years in this effort, and our supportive casino and hospitality workers, musicians and culture bearers, and many others whose efforts were instrumental in advancing this public health initiative. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the New Orleans City Council, recognize New Orleans Smoke-Free Ale Act on the 10th anniversary and encourage all residents to celebrate this milestone by continued support efforts that promote clean air, public health, and a vibrant smoke-free community. Signed by all 7 council members. Thank you all for all of your hard work. Let's go take a photo.
You never know what's going to happen here. No, right?
We're gonna take a picture?
All right, Madam Clerk, we'll get started with the FQMB quarterly meeting.
Roll call. Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember Morrell, Councilmember Deruso, Councilmember Harris, Councilmember King, Councilmember Green, Councilmember Thomas. We have 4 members, we have a quorum, and let me just read everything in real quick.
All right. Excuse me, everyone, if we can, we're about to get started with, excuse me, everyone, about to get started with another meeting. We never want to take the conversations outside or tone it down just a bit. We're going to get started with another meeting. Thank you.
First quarter Economic Development District quarterly budgeted and expenditure reports for the FQEDD Trust Fund. Michelle Corsick, Executive Director of the French Quarter Management District. Jane Cooper, Board Chairperson of French Quarter Management District Board of Commissioners. A report on the fiscal and operational administration of the French Quarter Economic Development District Trust Fund, and to consider and take action upon any other matters that may properly come before the FQEDD governing authority.
All right, just want to make sure I got it. It's Corso or Corso?
Corso.
Corso, okay. All right, Ms. Corso, so just want to acknowledge that we have Councilmember Moreno. She has joined us as well. Okay, so the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me back again. This is our first quarterly presentation of 2025. As you know, our purpose is to fund public safety programs, provide supplemental post-certified police patrols, and provide fiscal and operational oversight for the FQEDD Trust. We are rocking and rolling thus far this year. This is a look at our trust fund income and expenses for the first quarter. We are just over $1 million in Q1 for remittances. That's 28% of our budget thus far this year. It is a $246,000 increase over this time last year, but we know with the number of events that we've had in the first quarter, that makes sense. Our expenses also are a little bit lower than what we expected, but they are higher than last year. That is because, as you'll hear later in the presentation, we are filling more of our supplemental police patrol shifts with remarking success. Some of our key performance indices, or KPIs, our license plate readers, our crime cameras. These numbers are pretty consistent. One of these numbers, the 95 versus 104, we do have some installation problems for a number of external challenges that we're trying to resolve so that that number can finally change after a few years. And then this is probably one of our most successful programs, our supplemental police patrol. Our KPIs measure a number of different things. These are the things that we highlight the most. Our app response time has reduced, and again, every time we get below those KPIs, we celebrate from the rooftops. The citizen contacts and the business checks, you'll also see those numbers. And then there's that number that I talked about, the percentage of shifts filled. We actually have 8 months in a row been over 90% of those shifts filled, which we are very excited about. There's also a little bit of a decrease in the citizen contacts this month, strictly because of the January 1 attack. There was less people in the quarter, and also a week kind of being blocked off with the snowstorm.
So, real quick, just kind of explain those, explain exactly what is a citizen contact, business check, for those who may not know.
Sure. So our citizen contacts are actually those individuals in the quarter, whether they're residents or tourists or otherwise. And so us responding to those different calls and interacting with them, again, with less people in the quarter, obviously that's going to show a decrease. Business checks are any businesses, obviously, that are expressing concerns, or our supplemental police patrol is making those rounds and saying, hey, you guys have had some issues in the past, how are things going? So it's that constant relationship building from our officers to the residents and the businesses in the community.
And that's what I wanted to highlight. These supplemental officers, they're not just standing on the car with their hands in their pockets. They're walking the street, riding their vehicles, making that personal contact. So this program is definitely working.
Absolutely. And one of those highlights that we were really proud about was during Super Bowl, there was a number of different security patrols all over the city with a number of different events. and the officers in this particular patrol and our Upper Quarter Patrol chose to stay within the areas that they normally have those shifts to continue those relationships with those business owners and with those residents. So that continuity for us makes a big difference in their effectiveness. Lots of highlights on this next slide, and so I know they're small to see, but the ones that are bolded are really the ones that I'm going to spend a little bit of time on. Our summons and citations, that grew astronomically. That went from 4 at this time last year to 24 in the first quarter of the average. Those were significantly higher, and that's really just a result of stepped-up enforcement, so we're really proud about that. For traffic citations, these numbers are so good that they look like a typo, but they're not. Rather, this is the direct result of a new initiative of parking enforcement by FQMD to support EMS and the fire department. Their having limited mobility in the quarter is problematic. They have attended some of our committee meetings to express their concerns for that, and so this is a stepped-up initiative to make sure that we can keep our community safe. Clearly, this is top priority for public safety, and as always, our tourists reap the benefits for that when our EMS can respond. Subjects moved, also a significant jump in that number. This is a direct result of a coordinated approach. So sanitation, our supplemental police, TASNO, even the Humane Society, they're starting daily sweeps in the quarter so that the city can be pressure washed in that morning, and then also a couple hours later. So what's happening is that those groups that are potentially in the quarter and need to get moved, when our sweeps come back a couple hours later, they're realizing, okay, this isn't a spot that they can stay in, and so they keep it moving. This has resulted in the higher numbers, but also a reduction in the return in the area of those unhoused. Person crimes, we've got a big number of, we're down 45% in violent crimes in the French Quarter. That is outstanding. We want to shout it from the rooftops and tell the whole world how safe our city is, and so these numbers reflect that. Those person crimes have decreased significantly, the result of a 30% increase in the manpower. So again, we're seeing lots of effectiveness overall. Finally, those, again, we've got a big number with those parking tickets written, again, as a part of the initiative to make sure that EMS can get through. Okay. Traveler's Aid, our TASNO KPIs. This is, we've got really consistency in this program, and we're proud of this program. In Q1, the snowstorm, the Super Bowl, Mardi Gras, and increase in law enforcement and the transitional shelter really affected their ability to follow up with critical services. Lots of people were in different places, and their work really requires that follow-up, that second and third contact with individuals. So they saw a little bit of disruption in their outreach in the beginning of the year, but this is really something that we have consistency year over year in these numbers. They've been successfully housing 7 individuals thus far in the rapid rehousing program, and adding 11 individuals housed from the program since it's been revamped. So this is always good numbers for them.
Mr. Chair and Ms. Corso, I have a question.
Yes, indeed.
Could you comment on new clients never seen before in the year? Are those people who are living on the streets of the French Quarter who you have not seen before? And to what would you attribute such a large number as 101 new people?
Well, it seems, and I won't speak for Maite, I'm not sure if she's still here, if she wants to come up and join. We lightly speak that when our tourists come, that season also brings some unhoused, and so that might be part of those numbers. But you said it correctly. Those are new contacts who have never been seen and never had contact with the organization. Correct.
So who would know why they're here?
I don't know who can answer that. Maite, come on and join me.
Is there a survey taken? Is there an analysis done? Or are we just saying that there are 101 new unhoused people in the French Quarter within the first 3 quarters, and we just don't know why? How you doing?
Hi, good morning. Thank you for that. So what we experience usually during this first quarter is that increase in activity, Mardi Gras, especially this year, Super Bowl, that increases foot traffic, specifically for individuals that might need a bit more assistance and they see this touristy area as that hotspot. So that's usually something that we see across the years. This year we had the Super Bowl, so that just increases with that. As of now, we don't have a survey, but with our daily interactions, we're able to gather that information.
But you're talking about people who are sleeping in sleeping bags on Decatur Street, or people who are sleeping next to the wharves and things like that. So obviously that's a very dangerous situation for them. But what do you determine after a while? What will I see in the next report, for example? Will the number have gone down from 34 in a month based on what you see, or will it come back up again at Essence? Maybe Essence isn't as popular, but for example, what do you see now? What do you see now with the French Quarter Fest a couple of weeks ago, and also now Jazz Fest?
Of course, so one of the things that our data is showing is that we're not able to really see that individual for a second or a third time. We're having issues with that, and that I think speaks part with the other data that was presented, that increase in the police involvement in the area. So what we're seeing is that we are seeing new individuals coming in, kind of like a revolving door effect, but we're not able to see them for a second or a third time. They're being moved after that. And for part of our services like connection to public benefits, we do need those second and third time interactions, but we're not seeing that.
Being moved by whom and to where?
Well, that really depends, like the area, they're just being moved out of the French Quarter area, and that's the increased police enforcement that's been happening.
I don't want to dwell on it, but by whom? Who is moving 101 people so that you can't see them again?
And again, that is part of a combination with city and state law enforcement.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm concerned that we have 101 new people in a quarter, seeing in the French Quarter. I'm concerned about them getting the services. But I also hear, because I'm on the French Market Corporation board, significant complaints from the business owners about their inability to do business because of people sleeping outside of the stores, because of people coming into the stores unannounced, uninvited, and maybe not leaving, or using the stores as a place of refuge as opposed to doing business. I don't have a conclusion, but I will just tell you that that's a significant concern that somebody needs to address. Someone needs to pay attention to those who have invested significantly in their businesses, for example, and have a right to conduct business in a way that generates activities. I know that you can't do something about it yourself, but know that it's always a concern, and that I hope that we can do something in the future, that we won't have 101 new individuals in the quarter and then not be able to follow up to get them to some other location. That's all.
What you described, Councilman Green, is actually an interesting challenge. So when we move the coordinated efforts between NOPD, the Supplemental Police Patrol, Sanitation, TASNO, moves those individuals out of those areas so that those businesses have better storefronts and have better activity, then it actually creates a challenge for TASNO to be able to follow up with those individuals. So we're trying to have a coordinated effort so that the services can be delivered, and yet we see a reduction in the people sleeping outside of businesses, so those businesses are not disrupted.
Okay, I'm just on the record as wanting to express that concern, because we hear it each time we're at a meeting of the French Market Corporation, and it's a legitimate concern to anybody who can drive through the French Quarter. You see it. So I hope that there's a coordinated effort, but I also hope that the state of Louisiana will recognize that the city of New Orleans takes on burdens that other cities don't, because we have resources and we provide services. Many people come from other places throughout our metropolitan area and even throughout the region to come to New Orleans. I just hope that the state will recognize that these numbers mean something.
Indeed, thank you for that.
Okay.
Thank you. Next up is our Covenant House. Covenant House attended our last meeting. Sherry Combs, their Director of Community and Youth Engagement, and she oversees the street outreach, human trafficking, sexual assault, and domestic violence programs across the entire state of Louisiana. She has worked for Covenant House for 14 years and was also a former resident and survivor. So her words really hit home when she presented this information. Their biggest accomplishment during Super Bowl was teaming up with NOPD and the New Orleans Family Justice Center and the Sheriff's Office. They handed out over 100,000 missing children flyers, which had an integral part in recovering 13 of the 33 missing and exploited children. That number to me was astronomical, and again, such a huge success. More than half of those children were recovered along Canal Street in the downtown area, but were all reunited with their families.
These children will continue to receive the resources and aftercare from Covenant House, so this is an important program. Funding is well spent in this program, even when the unhoused youths may not come into Covenant House. You'll see in their numbers, funding allows their staff to be able to still provide these individuals with the necessary resources, like you'll see on that bolded outline there. The bus tickets, hygiene kits, transportation, meals, etc. So this is another successful program that we are delighted to share and monitor. That's it for Q1. We're going to continue doing the great work in Q2. Our FQEDD Trust Fund Renewal, or the quarter for the quarter sales tax, will be on this November's ballot. And so we'll start to create some awareness in the community about that. Public safety studies are also on our radar, and also pedestrian safety and parking signage projects. We look forward to bringing you some great reports at the end of Q2.
Thank you. We look forward to hearing those reports. Mr. Burnside.
Michael A. Burnside, 2215 Felicity. I would like to thank Councilperson Green for his discussion here. It aroused in me some interest. Words matter, and to call something a subject moved is to hide the fact they're a human being. I would suggest that when you move your subjects, you have a traveler's aid person there so that they can do a second contact. That way, we're working together, even if it's midnight or even if it's 3 a.m., and even if we have to pay a shift differential and make sure the people who are out there working on our behalf get paid well. Just moving a person and not providing them with contact information, moving a person and not providing them with the chance to get help is unwise in many different ways. Also, I'll point out the numbers. If we take our subject moved and we divide it by 12, we get subject moved to be 78 persons per month. And if we take the next slide, we're only reaching 34 persons a month. So we could double the number of people that we're interacting with if we were to have people who are moving subjects also doing outreach to human beings. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments for the dais? No, well, thank you, Ms. Corso, for your leadership. I want to acknowledge Ms. Cooper in the audience, as well as Ms. Dietz, always behind the scene, making sure the quarter continues to be that crown jewel that it is. All right, I make a motion to adjourn. Second by Councilmember Moreno. All in favor? Aye. All right, motion to adjourn. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready?
Madam Clerk, you can call the roll when you're ready.
Roll call. Council President Moreno. Councilmember Moreno. Councilmember Jerusalem. Councilmember Harris. Councilmember King. Councilmember Green. Councilmember Thomas. We have 7 members. We have a quorum.
Next up, we have the invocation. Pastor Burkett.
May we all stand for a moment of prayer. Gracious God and Father, how we honor you, how we adore you, how we thank you for this moment or this opportunity to be in this space. God, we pray now for your grace, for your wisdom, for your mercy and your guidance. God, let your hand rest upon this council. That God, give them wisdom and insight that only you can give as we come together to work on behalf of the city of New Orleans. We thank you that everything that is done today will be done in decency and in order, and it will be done in your name. We ask these blessings today. Amen.
Amen. Councilmember Harris will lead the pledge. All right, Madam Clerk, let's get started.
Consent agenda. We have a communication.
I think we have under suspension 10 a.m. matter. That's first on page 2.
Hold on one second.
I think I'm reading correctly. It's on page 2. It says 10 a.m. Huh? Oh, okay. All right. No, go ahead, Madam Clerk. I just thought I was following instructions or destructions.
Yeah, I mean, apparently there are 2 matters to be taken up at the top of the meeting under suspension.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Reading is fundamental. We don't want to make anybody nervous. How you doing, Miss Girls? Mr. Pratt, the item that you're trying to clarify on page 2 is what you are here for. It's a matter that when the quorum left at the meeting was moved to the entire city council. So I know you guys are here on time, so we're just trying to get procedure in order together. That's all. Sorry for the delay.
Okay, let me read your name, Councilmember Thomas. We have motion M25-241 by Councilmember Thomas by request, adding the council president, authorizing the council president to sign the Second Amendment to the professional service agreement between the City of New Orleans and CDM Smith, Inc., and authorizing the council president as a signatory to the Second Amendment to the professional service agreement between the City of New Orleans and CDM Smith, Inc.
Because we had lost the quorum, we couldn't vote on for it to be on the consent agenda, so it was moved to the full body. This also authorizes the signature of the council president. It provides project management services for infrastructure projects. The contract will run out of funds this week if we don't act on this.
All right, we need to suspend the rules to receive this motion.
Move to suspend.
We need to suspend the, add to the agenda.
Yeah, I was about to read that.
Councilman Thomas moved, I second. All in
Yeah.
favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
And we would need to suspend Rule 57.
Moved by Councilman Thomas, second by myself. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? There you go.
Mr. Thread, you may want to come to the table if there's some questions. I see Councilman Morrell wants to speak on this item. I was going to finish reading the specifics of this request, my request motion. The contract will run out of funds this week. It's increased by $6,962,726.36. The contract extends 3 years to July 2028, and they are under a DBE waiver, but they are still working to add DBE components to this contract. Councilman Morrell.
Councilman Thomas kind of covered my points. I have tremendous concern. Obviously, today we have a gun to our head to resolve this, but there is a historic lack of a commitment with CDM and DB participation. And they are increasingly capturing market share across the entire city of New Orleans. They just won the lead pipe contract over a cadre of local people for sewage and water board. And I will tell you, for me, red flags are going up everywhere, because whenever I see one particular company that's not from here with DB waivers hoovering up all the contracting, it gives me tremendous pause. I was not aware of this extension. I am aware of the timeliness of what we're doing, but I want to put on the record that I am opposed to centralizing all of our work with companies that are not from here, that are not making the effort to get DB participation. If they can't find someone, tell us, we'll find them someone.
Yeah, and I think Councilmember Morrell, I think that they have LC on board as a DBE. You know, I asked that question yesterday.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, and we have another ordinance later today to deal with that. There seems to be an effort historically to get DBs on board at the last minute, and then historically, there's been a problem, which we're going to address later today, with they get the DB on board, and then we don't know if the DB actually got the work.
Exactly.
So I appreciate they're trying to get people on board to help the optics to get contracts like this, but I need to feel like there's a commitment from the administration to sit on top of these contracts, because as we previously had with a sanitation contract, Mr. Torrey sat there at that table and said, once the contract's granted, we don't have an obligation to make sure that the DBs are getting their piece because the contract's awarded, and that's the relationship between a sub and a prime. I appreciate they're pulling DBs on now, but these are multi-year contracts through 2028. I want to make sure we're protected, and that if they do pull on DBs the last minute, that those DBs are legitimately going to get a scope, legitimately that they're going to stick to that scope, and they're not just kind of like they're not a last-minute attachment to clear up issues with people like me that doesn't actually lead to legitimate, robust work.
Right, I understand, and I've been having some conversations with the finance director and supplier diversity, Councilman Morrell, because, you know, coming from a contracting effort in the federal government, when teams, Prime and the DBE bid on a contract, actually a teaming agreement, executed teaming agreement comes with that proposal, and then a draft subcontract agreement. So the government or the owner can take a look at the scope of work, know what the price is that's supposed to be paid to the DBE, and it's guaranteed that they get the work and they get paid on time. So we're working right now.
I will continue to visit with you on that, because to your point, that's what's so jarring at the city, because you're right. When it comes to federal work, when it comes to the federal obligations, the teamings are binding. You can't switch out people without some kind of transparent process. The guarantees of scope of work are in there, and that's what I'm concerned about with this contract. But like I said, if you are committing to me, you're going to stay in the middle of this and you're going to ride this, then I'll defer to you in this instance, but it's a general concern that I have.
Right, and I'm committed because, you know, I was a small business veteran-owned company for 10 years, and I had that problem. And what it also does, Councilman Morrell, if we get the scope of work and we get a subcontract with the DBE with the proposal and upon award, if they don't get paid, the city can pay them. And that's the difference between what we're doing now and what we can do in the future.
Okay, thank you. That's my questions. Mr. Trent, if you remember, since we've expanded this conversation to something that I've been championing for a long time, and that is increasing local participation. And let's be specific. DBE is one thing, but the data center report says that in the last 7 or 8 years, the gap in wealth and participation for the African American community, black men and women, has actually widened. So a couple of years ago, I asked you for a list, and you guys supplied it, of DBE participants. And in many cases, that list was not dominated by local minority participants. So, like Councilmember Morrell, I agree that we need to be real intentional about making sure the administration and the council, that's why I'm always sensitive when we vote against black professionals, black businesses, or African-American contractors or local contractors, because it impacts our overall wealth here. It impacts generational wealth. It impacts opportunity. New Orleans shouldn't just be a city where folk can visit and appreciate our culture, but it ought to be a city where black folk, locals, can grow economically, where they can be empowered economically. So we have to be intentional about that. This issue is something that we're dealing with right now. We lost our quorum at the committee meeting, but maybe one remedy could be is that when there are contracts or issues like this, if you could send a list of who's participating to council members so they could know ahead of time. And for me, you named a firm that's participating. I don't really care who. I'm not more in favor if it's somebody I like or don't like who's participating. I'm in favor if it makes an impact on our community in an area specifically where our largest demographic, the black community, based on the data center report and the CNBC economic report, have suffered mightily the last 10 years. So maybe if you could kind of get granular and produce who's participating and how, we won't have to ask these questions here. We will know which subs and which contractors are participating and who represents what.
Well, I can tell you, Councilmember Thomas, that a couple of weeks ago we had the DBE Industry Day or Fair for Lincoln Beach. We had 60 small businesses show up for that. We have another event scheduled on May the 12th for a industry day with prime and small business matchmaking type effort going on the 12th, and then another one on May 28th for Lincoln Beach.
Yeah, and as you notice, if companies participate, I don't care if it's companies who support me or don't, but when they impact our community, sometimes it's bigger than the politics. It's bigger than who they're in favor of or who they're aligned with, because their families, their businesses, their hires impact everybody.
And I think some of these last industry days we're holding is basically to teach and guide the DBEs on how they can, get approved for line of credits, bonding,
Right. Gotcha.
and then have their company set up to where they can take on a larger contract.
Yeah, but Councilmember Morrell and others shouldn't have to guess who's participating, who's fulfilling, especially the DBE or the minority or the local component. It would be nice if that stuff, like I asked you for that information a couple of years ago, you provided it. It would be nice if that was supplied ahead of time, so at least they could know those concerns are being addressed. Thank you. I'll move adoption. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Burnside, please forgive me, the 8th council member.
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215. I mean, we could talk process, but everybody else knows process better than I do. We could talk math. I used to know math pretty good. But we could talk transparency. Capital budget gets moved around a lot, and it gets moved around quickly. And it does so because we don't want money sitting somewhere not being used when there's a need somewhere else. So we take money from here and we put it there, and with the assumption that we're going to take other money and put it back here. Things move quickly. But in the process, people like me get very, very lost. We don't know how much money is left to spend. We don't know why we need $6 million for people outside to monitor the spending. We don't understand why it's 3 years when the FEMA money is going to be spent by 26. We don't understand a lot of things. We accept a lot of things on faith. And I, for one, have faith in you as an individual, but the bottom line is you could have a heart attack tomorrow. And so it becomes a question of, do I have faith in the system? And quite frankly, the answer is no. So transparency helps build faith in systems independent of personal relationships. And I would suggest that $6 million is actually a lot of money, because that's basically what we spent every year on our safety and permit office entirely, and everybody who's hired there and all the work that they do. So $6 million is not a small thing. Even if you divide it over 3 years, you're still hiring 20 people at a very competitive salary to put in full-time work, monitoring what's going on. And it would be nice to know what they know, in the sense that in an era of computers, in the era of AI, in the era of internet, their work should be more transparent than it is. I was told at a public meeting no more than a couple days ago that the individual who was talking could tell me nothing about how capital projects came to fund Ron Foreman's pickleball court on the river. And the fact that nothing could be told me raised a little bit of a red flag. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you,
And
Mr.
if I could,
Mr. Threat.
Councilmember Thomas, the 6.9 that we're talking about today and the extension through 28, I just wanted to make it clear to the council that the 6.9 is within the federal grant for maintenance costs in the grant that we have right now on the books, and the 28 is to move along with these projects, these 7 groups of projects we're putting out for the total of $300 million to the end of the period of performance.
Yeah, well, Mr. Burnside is good at math. I'm okay. I mean, 35% of $6 million is $2 million plus, two. So that's nothing to sneeze at. So when you talk about fulfilling the requirement for minority-owned, women-owned, African-American, other DBE groups, that $2 million is nothing to sneeze at. So it's important that those requirements be fulfilled, because we're losing the wealth game here in this town. People are being pushed out because they can't grow their businesses, because in many cases local businesses and local African-American owned men and women businesses are not a priority. And at some point, your largest demographic has to be empowered economically if you want to be safe, wholesome, and you want to continue to have a community that flourishes because of our tradition. I move. Councilmember Morrell seconds. All in favor? 6 yeas, no nays. It's adopted. Thank you very much, Mr. Threat.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, who was chairing that part of it, or Mr. President, I'd like to say something to Mr. Threat, just in general. One of the reasons that I want to wait until after the vote, it doesn't have to affect the vote, but many of the firms that we hire learn on the spot because they don't know about things of working in a city government level. I think that they have an even bigger obligation relative to involving locals in the potential contract, because one, there are locals many times who sometimes know more than them, but also because it helps to build stronger relations with the federal government and also state government and whoever's issuing these contracts, so that we can move forward, and maybe get money in the future. I appreciate the fact that you responded to City Council and public concerns, and that there's a project manager in place. I also do have a concern about waivers, but it's a little bit different. The waivers I'm concerned about because I know that with project manager, many people are learning on the job. So they might as well employ locals to help them learn even better and to strengthen our economy for the future. That's all.
Right, Councilmember Green. I think, in a perfect world, these DBEs are supposed to be matured by prime contractors to grow up to be primes. I mean, that's what I believe in, and that's what I'm trying to get to. And I think we've had a couple of companies working at JIR on heavy construction who are now bidding on prime contracts. So I think with these next groups of industry days, we're teaching them how to prepare themselves to get the line of credits and the bonding capacity that they need to step up to the next level.
And that only helps when getting federal and state money in the future.
Exactly.
And show that in your economy. So.
Right. I wanted to tell the council too that I did have, during the National Hurricane Conference, I was able to get the FEMA Region 6 administrator in a meeting with the one-star adjutant general with the Louisiana National Guard and GOSEP to talk about our extensions and to talk about, to make sure that our $300 million with everything going on with the new administration is safe as far as the construction. I think I came out of that meeting with a good feeling that we're going to be able to continue this project to finish those. And I'd like to start working. I made some appointments now to work with the council on bond-supported projects. We've got a lot of these projects that were left on the shelf. They were designed, but money wasn't for construction. And to work with council and find out the priorities to get those off the shelf and get them built.
Johnny Jackson Boulevard.
Johnny Jackson Boulevard.
I'm just going to that's the road. You ought to call it Roller Coaster Boulevard. All right.
We have a concrete contract coming out right now. If you notice, they've marked Johnny Jackson.
I'm ready. Oh, I've seen the markers. That's why I have to mention it.
Yes,
There's so many activities there, including a Grammy Award winner bringing thousands of people down Johnny Jackson Boulevard to the great Carver High School. We also had incredible flooding this week on Johnny Jackson Boulevard. Part of the reason is because it's so easy for water to hold in those areas that are dips.
Yeah, damage.
So I know you know it, but it's also always helpful to say something about it.
Yes, sir.
That'd be so important to that community. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Consent agenda. We have a communication from Aaron Spears. This may be received. We have a communication from Bryce Solomon, 24-26003, demo 1401 through 1403, St. Rock Avenue, Council District D. This may be received. Hearing date 5/8/25. We have a communication from Paul Laura, 7519 Hampton Street. This may be received. Hearing date set for 5/8/25. We have a communication from Jonathan Brisby, 600 North Murray Street. This may be received. Hearing date set for 5/8/25. We have a communication from Darren P. Lumber. This may be received. We have a communication from Liz B. Presbido. This may be received. We have a communication from Ann E. Kirkpatrick. This may be received and referred to the Criminal Justice Committee. We have a communication from Irene Kell, 906 Poland Avenue. This may be received. Hearing date 5/8/25. We have a communication from Susan Johnson, 7309 Barrett Street. This may be received. Hearing date 5/8/25. We have a communication from Tyra Johnson Brown. This may be received. We have a communication from Romeo Samuel. This may be received. Hearing date 4/24/25. We have a report of Robert D. Rivers. This may be received. Hearing date 5/8/25. We have a report of Dane Colino. This may be received. We have a report of Anita Curran, 2505677, demo 1709 through 11 Murray Street, Council District C. This may be received. We have a report of Anita Curran, 25-15466, demo 1920 through 22 Franklin Avenue, Council District D. This may be received. We have a report of Robert D. Rivers. This may be received. Hearing date 5/8/25. We have a report of Yvette Jett. This may be received. We have a ordinance calendar number 35,010 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. Budget Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 35,044 by Councilmember Morrell, zoning docket 9324. We have ordinance calendar 35,045 by Councilmember Harris, zoning docket 9524. We have ordinance calendar number 35,046 by Councilmember Morrell, zoning docket 9724. We have ordinance calendar number 35,047 by Councilmember Morrell, zoning docket 9624. We have ordinance calendar number 35,048 by Councilmember Green, 1600 Kentucky Street, zoning docket 225. We have ordinance calendar number 35,049 by Councilmember Harris, 1238 Magnolia Street, zoning docket 325. We have ordinance calendar number 35,050 by Councilmember Thomas, 1122 Falstall Street, zoning docket 725. We have ordinance calendar number 35,051 by Councilmember King, 1126 through 1128 St. Roch Avenue, and 2362 through 2364 Murray Street, zoning docket 825. We have ordinance calendar number 35,052 by Councilmember King, municipal address 24,010, 24,019, 24,022, 24,023, and 24,055 Moore Avenue, 2300 through 2310 Elmwood Park Drive, zoning docket 925. We have ordinance calendar number 35,053 by Councilmember Green, municipal address 4501 North Durban Street, zoning docket 1025. We have ordinance calendar 35,059 by Councilmember Green, municipal address 1243 through 1245 North Robinson Street, zoning docket 1225. We have ordinance calendar number 35,075 by Councilmembers Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Harris, Thomas, King, and Green. Budget Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 35,076 by Councilmembers Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Harris, Thomas, King, and Green. Budget Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 35,077 by Councilmembers Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Harris, Thomas, King, and Green. Budget Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 35,078 by Councilmembers Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Harris, Thomas, King, and Green. Budget Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 35,080 by Councilmembers Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request, fiscal no received. Budget Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 35,081 by Councilmembers Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request, fiscal no received. Budget Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 35,082 by Councilmembers Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request, fiscal no received. Budget Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 35,083 by Councilmembers Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request, fiscal no received. Budget Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 35,084 by Councilmembers Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request, fiscal no received. Budget Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 35,085 by Councilmembers Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request, fiscal no received. Budget Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 35,086 by Councilmembers Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request, fiscal no received. Budget Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 35,087 by Councilmembers Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request, fiscal no received. Budget Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 35,089 by Councilmembers Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request, fiscal no received. Budget Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar number 35,090 by Councilmembers Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request, fiscal no received. Budget Committee recommended approval. We have motion line over M25209 by Councilmember Morel, Governmental Affairs recommended approval. We have motion M25240 by Councilmembers Moreno, King, and Harris by request, Community Development Committee recommended approval. We have motion M25243 by Councilmember Green by request, Governmental Affairs recommended approval. This is all matters on consent.
Mr. Burnside.
As a nod to my friend, Councilperson Green, I will say thank you guys. In the sense that maybe the traffic light on Magnolia and Felicity is being addressed, I say maybe because now it's flashing red in all directions. So it's still there, but it's changed a little bit. I'm going to read to you one of the communications. Communication 10, communication from Tyler A. Johnson Brown, Director of Office Housing Policy and Community Redevelopment, City of New Orleans, brief. Submitting a proposed agreement between the City of New Orleans and WD Phase 2 LP and a completed contract summary form, comment person to Rule 57, period. Annotation may be received. That's it. That is all the communication you give us. We don't know what we're buying, and we don't know how much it cost. There is one sentence. I admit it's a compound sentence, but there's still one sentence. That's not transparency. So, if we go to page 8, there seems to be transparency, which I will not read, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sentences are provided to us. And in those 8 sentences, there is not one number. There's not one amount of money. We are changing the capital budget of the year 2025, and there's no number. There's no explanation as to why. There's 1,000 things all lumped together. Trying to tease them apart is hard. When you go online and you go to the council agenda with amendments and you read them, they are very hard to follow. There are CEAs referenced by CEA numbers, and those numbers themselves do not contain dollar amounts, and they do not contain the reason the CEA exists. To follow that CEA, you have to be able then to leave the council webpage where the annotated page of agenda is and go try to find a CEA. It is like chasing a rabbit down a hole. It is hard to find out what is happening, and it is impossible to find out why it is happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. There are no further comments. I'll move to adopt the consent agenda. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Thomas. Please vote your machines. 5 yeas. Someone's missing? Oh, I'm missing. 6 yeas, no nays. Adopted.
On page 27, we have item 15, ordinance calendar number 34,277 has been deferred to the meeting of 5/8. On page 28, item 16, legislative group and ordinance calendar 34,385 has been deferred to the meeting of 5/8 along with motion line over M23-426 and M23-427. At the top of page 29, item 17, we have ordinance calendar 35,008 by Councilmember Morrell has been withdrawn. Item 18, ordinance calendar number 35,011 has been deferred to the meeting of 5/8. Item 19, ordinance calendar 35,035 has been deferred to the meeting of 5/8. At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar 35,042 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an agreement to grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on or over portions of public right-of-way located at the municipal address 1717 Religious Street to fix the minimum price in terms of said servitude agreement, to declare that such use as granted in the servitude agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purposes nor shall such use interfere with the use of the public right-of-way, to set forth the reasons for said servitude agreement and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you. I move. I need a second. Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. All in favor? 7 yeas.
At the top of page 30, item 21, we have ordinance calendar 35,043 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a grant a servitude to an adjacent property owner for encroachments on or over portions of public right-of-way located at the municipal address 333 North Diamond Street to fix the minimum price in terms of said servitude agreement, to declare that such use as granted in the servitude agreement will incorporate space that is neither needed for public purpose nor shall such use interfere with the use of the public right-of-way, to set forth the reasons for said servitude agreement and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I move. I need a second. Seconded by Councilmember King. All in favor? 7 yeas. Thank you.
Item 22, ordinance calendar number 35,067 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance amending and reordaining ordinance number 30,074 MCS regarding short-term rental platforms to verify eligibility of its listing, to extend the effective date of such ordinance and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
This is pretty straightforward. So we are going through some technical issues on the city side to make sure that our platform accountability ordinance can be enforced in a way that is successful. So we are giving ourselves more time as a city to get the technical specs correct before we make it online. It is on our own behest for solving some technical issues. I will move approval. Second by Councilmember King, please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays. Adopted.
Item 23, ordinance calendar 35,068 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance establishing section 70-417.3 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to the execution of publicly bidding or competitively selective contracts where there is a material change between award and execution and otherwise to provide with respects thereto.
Thank you. This ordinance is a direct result last year of a committee hearing we had regarding the trash contract in the French Quarter. The challenges we have as a council is that we really are lacking specific notice requirements or authority. So there's material changes to professional service contracts that change the terms on when it was awarded. That needs to be clearly delineated. It needs to be clearly shown to us, and more importantly, we really shouldn't be doing it. Once a contract is once a teaming agreement, as Mr. Thread said previously, if you come to the dance with a person and that's your dance partner, and that is how the proposal is graded, you should not have the benefit of changing partners and not being regraded. So, for purposes of us looking at these types of contracts, it does not give parties the ability after the contract has been awarded to then goes behind closed doors and materially change the terms of the contract. So going forward, it would prohibit that sort of activity. Councilmember Thomas.
Yeah, when is the effective date?
The effective date would be upon signature. It is not retroactive in nature.
Not retroactive.
Retroactive.
An initial thought, and first of all, thank you for acknowledging me. I was actually not sure about this because I just thought it was further encroachment on the lines between administrative and legislative responsibility. But in looking at it, it actually gives some clarity to potentially streamlining the process. So because of that, I'm going to vote for it and support it because we do need more clarity and a clearer approach to how we deal with these things as far as information and making the process a little easier. So thank you.
Yeah, and to be clear, this doesn't, and I want to be very explicit, this does not affect any authority the council already has or has exercised. It simply seeks to provide clarity that as a city, we do not want to be put in a situation like we were previously where contracts can be materially changed and then the council be requested to do so. I mean, really, I don't want to be in a position where the council has to do after the fact finding again. So that's the purpose. I'll move. Can I get a second?
Mr. Chair, I had my...
Sorry, I apologize, Mr.
That's okay. It's just an analysis or something that I like to make. I certainly appreciate your attention. I remember discussing this 30 years ago and trying to do the same thing when I was the head of economic development. One of the challenges that needs to be considered, and it need not be considered here, is that sometimes there is a change in the status of the subcontractor between the date of the award and the execution of the contractors. Sometimes subcontractors lose their ability to provide the services that they said they were going to provide because they lose the bond, they lose the financing. Sometimes they go out of business, and sometimes they assert an opportunity to just change their contract based on the fact that they want a simple change. I just want to say that I recognize your concerns in this regard, but I do know that there are sometimes changes involving subcontractors that need to be taken into account, and I hope that as a council and as an administration we'll have the ability to allow for explanations if necessary.
Well, I think it's important to note in Part A, it says, where there is a material change in the terms of the contract between the date in which the winning vendor is selected and the execution of the contract. Typically speaking, that's a couple of months. If you, in that couple of month period, have a subcontractor go out of business, I would think in the interest of transparency and not being sued, it would make more sense to rebid the contract. Now, if there's an issue with the subcontractor after the contract has been awarded and executed, that still gives the ability for a prime to potentially go find another sub if that sub is unable to perform. What we're prohibiting in this ordinance is that in that window between when you win the RFP and the contract is signed, which in most cases should be a few month window, that if there's a material change and those changes are clearly outlined, you can't do that. You can't do it in that period where you had other bidders who met the criteria who are now excluded from participating. So I hear what you're saying. We took that into account, which is why once the contract is executed, it's signed by all parties, this doesn't apply. Thank you. So I move. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember King. Please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays. It's adopted. Thank you.
Item 24, ordinance calendar number 35,069 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance approving and authorizing the City of New Orleans by and through the New Orleans Aviation Board to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement with the United States Department of Transportation, Build America Bureau, and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
We're still doing contracts involving federal government money for the purposes of the public and the members of the council. This ordinance authorizes the city through the Aviation Board to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement with the United States Department of Transportation through the Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act. The Aviation Board will use these grant funds in connection with the Light Rail Terminal Connection Project. The period of performance is March 3rd, 2025 through March 2nd, 2028, so a 3-year agreement. Again, this involves federal grant amount, not an impact on our budget. So I move for approval. Seconded, Councilmember King. Members, please vote your machines. We have 7. Thank you very much for your support of this measure.
At the top of page 31, item 25, ordinance calendar number 35,070 by Councilmember Thomas. An ordinance ordaining section 162-552 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to allow for animal-drawn carriages holders to use an electric carriage, and more commonly called e-carriage, in lieu of a carriage drawn by an animal, and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This ordinance provides for an option for the use of e-carriages in lieu of animal-drawn carriages. It's really an opportunity to get behind what other countries and other cities are doing when we talk about how animals are treated, especially when the climate isn't conducive to their comfort. E-carriages are also operating in many cities around the country and are known to be safe, and especially not just safe, but to the community. We talk about emissions and the like, but as an alternative to animal-drawn carriages. So I would move adoption. Second by Councilmember King. All in favor? And add Councilmember King to this, please, especially because it would mostly impact his ordinance, or add everybody's. It's the humane and animal thing to do. 7 yeas, no nays. It's approved. Thank you.
Item 26, ordinance calendar 35,071 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the City of New Orleans and Drives YMCA School of Commerce, Inc. for 20 years for the public purpose of developing a training kitchen to train future chefs and restaurant professionals, as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is a CEA between the city and the Dryads YMCA for the creation of a commercial kitchen incubator at the former Dryads Public Market. This enables the creation of a commercial kitchen incubator that will be used to support urban agriculture, fresh food access, grower training, and food entrepreneurship programming. Are there any public comments? With that, I will move. Second by Councilmember Giarrusso. 5 yeas, 6 yeas. Thank you.
Item 27, ordinance calendar 35,073 by Councilmember Giarrusso by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into an amendment number 2 to a cooperative endeavor agreement between the City of New Orleans and the Sewage and Water Board of New Orleans to extend the term through January 1st, 2027, and to increase the city's participation by $14 million as a partial local funds match requirement for the Louisiana Hubs for Energy Resilient Operations HERO program administered by the state of Louisiana and funded by a grant from the Department of Energy, as more fully detailed in the amendment number 2 to the cooperative endeavor agreement form as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Members, this amendment is needed for the construction of the Carrollton Power Plant facility. I move for approval, seconded by Councilmember Harris.
Oops. I didn't mean to do that.
Councilmember Green was trying to get on that.
No, I didn't mean to do that.
6 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the top of page 32, item 29, we have ordinance calendar 35,079 by Councilmember Morales. We're coming back to it. An ordinance to establish section 2-15 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to prohibit the use of any city credit card by persons with outstanding financial obligations to the city and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
This is pretty straightforward. This just creates an environment where if someone, whether it's employee or an elected official, owes money to the city, they can't have access to a city credit card. It's just common sense. That's what it does. I'll move. Did I get a second?
Second by Councilmember Moreno. Please vote your machines. I do have a comment. I'm sorry. Okay. Well, I see Thomas has a comment.
Yeah, just just another comment. Especially given these times, and maybe you could help me with clarity, like I got a little different appreciation on the other initiative. If someone has some difficulty in their personal life, especially given the day, but their accounting is good in their professional life, how does that impact them, right?
It wouldn't impact them at all. It's only when you owe the city money.
Okay.
So the issue is this.
Great.
Like,
Yeah, give me like a little scenario and walk me through the
if
one-on-one.
you have someone, for example, who is found to have, let's say, made a purchase that was significant and found to be disqualifying with a city credit card, and that purchase was required to be reimbursed, they would not have access to utilizing a city credit card until that was resolved. It would also apply as people, as city employees, and city government is funded by taxpayers and taxpayers paying their taxes on time. It would also say that, for example, if you were someone who was in arrear with your taxes, you would not have access to use a city credit card. It doesn't affect your salary or your benefits or anything else. Honestly, personally, and I only speak for myself as an elected official, I am very leery of using a city credit card in general, for speaking. So I view the city credit card, or a credit card that obligates or spends city funds, as a privilege used only out of necessity. If you're someone who works in city government and you owe the city money, does not prevent you from executing your job. There's other ways to do so. I mean, for the most part, you still have access to purchase orders. If you have to provide for equipment, provide for whatever resources to your different offices, you can go through a purchase order system. You don't need to do that with a credit card.
Okay, so help me out here, because I'm trying here, right? So I owe the city money on my property taxes, but I don't owe the city money in terms of outstanding payments on the credit cards or when I've used the credit card. So if I owe the city money on my property taxes, then if I'm an employee, I can't use the city credit card in my official capacity or in their professional capacity.
Correct. I would say...
So you're being punished in your professional life for what you did with the city in your personal life.
As a city employee, as a city employee, your salary is paid by city tax dollars that are people paying their taxes so that you're able to do your job. There are plenty of ways. I don't really see not being able to use a city credit card as a punishment, because it's not really necessary to do your job. Is there a job in particular you're thinking of where you can't function without a city credit card?
I don't know. Is there a case in particular that you're thinking of that makes this necessary?
There's not a specific case that I'm thinking of currently, but what I will tell you is that we are a city that is facing tremendous financial pressures, as outlined by the administration previously. We're a city that, based upon the pressures at the state and federal level, could shortly have shortfalls in money, and we're a city that has several millages on the ballot taking place for the next 2 years, where we're going to ask taxpayers to pay even more money in a city government. I think that anything we can do to assure that those of us who are being paid with taxpayer dollars are also paying our taxes, because, I mean, honestly, let's be very clear. If somebody doesn't pay their property tax over a period of time, the city of New Orleans takes their house. And if we're going to be, as a city, relentlessly pursuing revenue, I mean, we've had fights in this chamber with the CFO of the city, the head of finance, because we're trying to find new ways to tax people and expand ways for the city to find ways to derive revenue in ways that are very, very aggressive.
Okay,
And if we're going to do all those things, if we're going to make sure that, for example, we're jumping out at festivals to double check whether the guy who's selling hot pies has his permit, if we're going to say that we as a city are holier than thou on tax collection, then we need to be sure that our hands are also clean.
Yeah. Well, you know, I can wax with words pretty good.
And that's
and I'm not. That's not at you. It's just trying to. You know, you guys are such great lawyers. I'm not afraid to be an only vote. I've been there a bunch of times. If I'm not comfortable with something, not because I don't think it's right, but trying to trying to understand it, and because it sounds good government on the surface, and it may be necessary. I don't know how much it would save. So has the CAO and the CFO and the Chief Administrative Office, so what is their recommendation in terms of when you guys met to talk about this policy?
Well, I haven't met with them on this policy because I don't run what I'm doing necessarily by them, because, to be honest, they don't run what they're doing by us.
Okay.
So I mean, obviously, it would be great if we had a functional relationship with an administration where before they did things, they talked to us. But for example, they declared that we had a financial crisis that didn't exist during that budget crisis, where they then showed up on Holy Thursday and a miracle occurred and the budget crisis didn't exist. If there were clear lines of communication, this wouldn't be necessary. But really, when I do legislation, Councilmember Thomas, I don't do it just to react to problems. I do it to solve future problems.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that I'll vote. Because on the surface it sounds good government, but I would love to know some examples of it and what pretty much, especially some other opinions on this and how it could potentially impact or not impact someone's job. Of course, no one wants to take advantage of the credit card system or take advantage of their irresponsibility in their personal life if it impacts their professional life. I just don't see how you can kind of marry both of them. But then again, I appreciate that. And thank you for your time in explaining it, Councilmember Morrell, or trying to anyway.
Also, Madam Clerk, it seems like we're on 35079. Did we skip 35074?
We're going back to it after this.
Okay, 'cause I think that's why there was some confusion from my staff, because we had skipped the item that I thought we were on. So doesn't affect this vote, just was trying to explain why I was a little, Mr. Burnside, come on down.
I had pressed my button. It's just not showing.
Okay, well,
I just wanted to comment. I actually thought that this was going to come before the Governmental Affairs Committee or the Budget Committee. I do have a concern that I would have liked to have expressed in a committee. But one is that I think that sometimes people are in very strategic positions who have credit cards, for example, because those cards exist because some vendors need to be paid using a credit card as opposed to billing the city. I'm concerned that without some very specifics, that we could have people who are in extremely important positions relative to card use in certain departments not being able to act because technically your property taxes are delinquent if you haven't paid them by this end of February. And many people do that. They pay it late and pay it with interest. The bottom line is that I'm not defending people who don't pay their bills on time, but to conflate their personal habits, if you will, with their ability to get their jobs done, because there must be a reason that the credit card exists. I would hate to be in a position where certain things can't get done because someone owes 17 days, they're 17 days late on the payment of property taxes. But again, while I understand the intent, I was thinking that this was not going to be actually on the agenda, that I was going to be discussed at your committee eventually. So for that reason, I expressed a concern relative to the fact that I think that in many respects, unless you can show examples, in my opinion, it's a solution looking for a problem. I don't see that, but I'm also weigh in on the fact that I think that it could hinder our ability to get certain services. Mr. Burnside.
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. So I don't own a credit card myself, so I wasn't going to weigh in on this discussion. But then the verbal discussion on the dais encourages me to bring up one of my many concerns. So on Thursday, a week ago, a lot of information was given to us. Then there was a newspaper article a day or two later by our good friend Ben. And one of the takeaways publicly seems to be that our budget's stable. I don't agree. So a stable budget implies a balanced budget, which implies, of course, that expenditures matches revenue, which, if I understand things correctly, is about $816 million for the general fund in 2025. In 2023, our revenue is very close to $816 million, but not quite. We will need a little more revenue this year than we had last year. The big problem is in expenditures. Last year, we had about $916 million in expenditures, and this year, if we balance the budget only, we will have $816 million in expenditures, which means we will have 100 million more expenditures last year than this year. If we choose to increase our fund balance from 100 to 133 million dollars, then those numbers even become more exaggerated, as we need to find another $33 million in cuts. So quite frankly, I'm not personally happy with our current chief administrative officer. But all I can say is that since I don't own a credit card, the specific of the bill, I'll leave aside. Thank you for letting me talk. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. All right. I have moved. Councilman Moreno has seconded. Please look at your machines. 4 yeas, 2 nays. The measure is passed. Thank you, council members. Now we'll go back to the previous item, which was, I believe,
Item 28, at the bottom of page 31, item 28, ordinance calendar 35,074 by Councilmember Morrell, an ordinance extending and modifying the prohibitions in ordinance number 30,239 MCS and otherwise to provide respects thereto, and there's an amendment to this ordinance.
yes.
An amendment to set forth additional requirements for the city-funded travel when certain provisions of the ordinance are not enforceable due to ongoing litigation. On pages 1 through 3, delete section 1 in its entirety and insert the following in lieu thereof. Section 1, the Council of the City of New Orleans hereby ordains that the provisions of ordinance number 30,239 MCS and the temporary prohibitions imposed therein be and hereby are continued in effect until December 31st, 2025, the travel study period, provided that the provisions imposed by ordinance number 30,239 and extended by section 1 of this ordinance shall not be enforced so long as the preliminary injunction issued in Contrell versus New Orleans City Council CDC case number 2025-2626 remains in effect. The remaining sections of this ordinance are intended to be severable from this section 1 and are intended to be enforced throughout the travel study period in accordance with their express terms, notwithstanding the existence of the foregoing preliminary injunction. On page 4 in section 2, delete lines 34 and 35 in their entirety and renumber the succeeding paragraphs accordingly. On pages 5 and 6, delete section 4 in its entirety and insert the following in lieu thereof. Section 4, the City Council of New Orleans hereby ordains that during any period within the travel study period, when the provisions of section 1 are not enforceable, the provisions and rules of this section 4 shall govern travel by a city employee or elected official that is paid for in whole or in part by the city. Any such travel shall comply with the following. A, the employee or elected official shall complete all requirements set forth by the Chief Administrative Office in Policy Memoranda Number 9R. All travel requirements must include documentation of lowest fares and rates as described in the policy memoranda before the department head or appointing authority shall sign any travel authorization form. If the required documents is not provided and the department head, appointing authority, or chief administrative office signs a travel authorization form without the required documentation, their consent to be improperly documented travel may be considered a neglect of duty. C, in addition to the travel authorization form, a written explanation of how the purpose of the travel will provide a professional benefit to the employee. Examples of professional benefits may include specific information, skills, or relationships to develop and why such skills, information, or relationships are important for the employee job duties. The explanation must be appended to the travel authorization form. If the written explanation is not provided and the department head, appointing authority, or chief administrative officer signs the travel authorization form, their consent to their consent to the improperly documented travel may be considered a neglect of duty. D, travel arrangements must be obtained at least 30 calendar days before departure. An exception to this requirement shall only be allowed upon the unanimous written concurrence of the Chief Administrative Officer, Director of Finance, and City Attorney, and must state the reasons as to why the employee's last-minute travel was necessary to avoid immediate, direct, or material harm to the financial well-being of the city. E, travel requests that include upgrades for airfare, car rentals, taxis, or ride shares shall be denied. If the request is made after the travel occurs, the employee shall not receive reimbursement for any upgraded airfare, car rental, taxi, or ride share. An exception to this requirement shall only be allowed upon the unanimous written concurrence of the Chief Administrative Office, Director of Finance, and City Attorney, and must state the reasons as to why upgraded airfares, car rental, taxis, or ride shares was necessary to avoid an immediate, direct, or material harm to the financial well-being of the city.
All right. I'm going to start with explaining and not bearing the lead. This does not, in effect, reinstitute the travel ban that has been ruled not germane by Judge Cates. That ban expired at the end of April. However, there were some problematic aspects to that ruling, so it suspends that ruling. It continues the travel ban on paper, extends the ruling so that we can continue with our appeal because there were provisions and observations made in Judge Cates' decision that are problematic for the council and its practices. What this effectively does do, because all that's kind of on the side, it's all suspended pending that portion going through the process, it really just collects information on travel going forward. When we look at discretionary costs that are facing the city of New Orleans, we look at the challenges that were outlined last Thursday, that though we are not in financial crisis that we could be at some point, we're simply trying to collect data, both past and future and present, on how much money is being spent on travel and how we can better have best practices to govern how we do travel. So I don't want anyone to leave here thinking that we've tried to circumvent Judge Cates' decision. We have not. In fact, in the ordinance, we acknowledge it, but we do have to preserve the right to appeal his decision because the justification to his decision regarding our ability to restrict an expenditure was tied to zoning, which is bizarre and completely unusual, and we have to preserve our right to go to the Fourth Circuit and Supreme Court on appeal to get review to make sure that that is undone. The purpose of this is the latter part, which deals with the purpose that will be in effect currently is the collection of data, making sure that as people are doing travel, it's signed off on, and that we have the respective collective paperwork justifying the travel, which technically we should already be doing, but it's not been done historically. Go ahead, Mr. Thompson.
Well, really, thank you. That amendment explained things and changes my vote. I appreciate that, especially because we're in litigation. I just wanted to make sure it just wasn't another punitive effort, but an effort to continue down the road that we're in, and we're already, especially with our appeal. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman.
Yeah, I want to be explicit because I don't want anybody to walk out of here and say, here's the council circumventing Judge Cates. We are not. We're simply preserving, by having the travel ban still on the record, preserving our ability to go do the appeal on that specific ruling and how it was ruled. The primary purpose, the part that is still in effect, that is outside Judge Cates' ruling, is making sure all your paperwork is in order and all the justification for travel, which should already which should already have been done, is now being done. That's what it does.
Mr. Green, Mr. Author, of this legislation, I just ask you to straightforward, you would disagree with anyone who would say that this was a ban on travel for the mayor? Because it is not.
Well, I mean, the previous travel ban wasn't a ban on travel for the mayor. It was a ban on travel for everybody, and that ban was appropriate at the time because we were told that we were about to go off a fiscal cliff. So, but for purposes, the travel ban that the travel ban that the ruling we disagreed with on expires at the end of April. If we don't continue that ban, we can't appeal it. Am I correct, Adam? Okay.
So, in a nutshell, so that the public understands, because it was a long amendment, persons who work, for example, for the Mosquito and Control Board can travel, the mayor can travel, but it's just a matter of presenting the documentation.
Yes.
So this is not a ban on travel for employees, because it's important to recognize that we get a lot of calls that go beyond the mayor's office, for example, agencies saying, what do I have to do because this travel is necessary, it's a convention, I need to attend it, or there's some product that is being made available that we need to be there to see. So this doesn't ban travel.
No.
It bans travel that doesn't have documentation.
Well, for legal purposes, our previous travel ban is in effect but suspended pursuant to our appeals. What this ordinance does separate from that is just collect information to make sure all the documentation and all the individuals in the change of custody sign off on travel, and that we have a recorded reason for travel, which we should be doing already as a governmental agency, but it simply puts that in black and white.
And I'm sorry, it's just for the public's sake. Members of the public should know that the mayor and the council and department heads and representatives of various departments can travel. This is for documentation purposes.
Yes, for purposes of this is collecting the documentation and collecting all the rationales for doing it, which we should already be doing, but we're not doing. So, that's it. All right, I'll move the amendment. Second by Councilmember Green. Please vote. That is 7 yeas, no nays on the amendment. Move on the item as well. Let's wait to catch up.
That was on the amendment.
I'll the amendment, right. Moving on the motion to adopt as amended. Second by Councilman Druso. Please vote your machines. Seven yeas, no nays is adopted as amended. Thank you.
At the top of page 19, item 2, legislative grouping, demo application of Ricardo Tenro, Spectrum Design LLC, application 23-15113 demo RSF2, requiring city council review and approval for the following property located at 2233 through 35 Port Street, Council District D. We have motion line over M25-219 by Councilmember Green has been withdrawn. We have motion M25-256 by Councilmember Green, denying the demolition request of Ricardo Tenro Spectrum Design LLC for property located at 2233-35 Port Street.
Okay, that's fine. This property is in poor condition after years of neglect. The property was adjudicated guilty of multiple violations of minimum property code maintenance and ordered demolished. The HDLC, which objects often, objects to the demolition because the property was built during a period of historic significance, and the owner plans to redevelop the land with a two-family residence. I wish to change my position on this motion to adopt 25-219, which approves the demolition request. So I move that we approve 25-219, approving the demolition request based on the condition of the property, and frankly, for the record, some information that I've learned relative to the amount of time it took to address the request by the owner to have this property demolished. So may I have a second to approve M2525219? Seconded by Councilmember Druso. Members, please vote your machines. We have 7 yeas. Thank you very much for your support of the demolition of this blighted property.
At the top of page 20, item 3, legislative...
Wait, hang on 1 second. Just so we don't get in trouble legally, are you withdrawing M25-256?
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is that one where I can get a so ordered?
At the top of page 20, item 3, legislative group and demo application of AMM Contractor LLC. Application 24-15-466 demo Mix D, requiring city council review and approval for the following property located at 19-2022 Franklin Avenue, Council District D. Motion M25-257 by Councilmember Green, approving the demolition request of AMM Contractor LLC for property located at 19-2022 Franklin Avenue.
This structure has been damaged and vacant since Hurricane Katrina. Per the Department of Code Enforcement, the property was adjudicated and found guilty of multiple violations of the minimum property Maintenance Code and ordered demolished. The HDLC does not object to the demolition of this property as it has been altered to an extent that it is no longer historically significant. Based on that set of factors, but continuing to express my reservation by those who attempt to secure the demolition of that property through obvious neglect, I move for approval of motion 25-257 approving the demolition. Entertain a second. Seconded by Councilmember King. Members, please vote your machine. Councilmember Morale. We have 7 yeas. Thank you very much for your support of the removal of this blight.
At the bottom of the page, item 4, legislative group and demo application of Jamie Disposal LLC. Application 2505677, demo RFS2, requiring city council review and approval for following property located at 1709 through 11 Murray Street, Council District D. We have motion M25-248 by Councilmember King, denying the demolition request of Jamie Disposal LLC for property located at 1709-11 Murray Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a comment call from Mr. Thomas McQuaid.
Good morning. My name is Thomas McQuaid. I'm the Vice President of the New Marigny South 7th Ward Neighborhood Association and a resident of this block. I'm here representing both our neighborhood association and my block unanimously, and we are in full support of Councilmember King's motion to deny the demolition permit. I thank you and ask you to please vote to deny.
Thank you, Mr. McQuaid. This property is located in the New Marigny neighborhood within the 7th Ward. We received a petition with over 100 signatures from neighbors who oppose this demolition. I met with the neighbors in person several weeks ago at the site of this structure. After listening to their concerns, I do not believe that approving this demolition is in the best interest of this community. That's why I will move to deny, and I want to add that we haven't received any support for the demolition. So make a motion.
Councilmember, there are some online comments. Would you like me to read them or add them to the bill and support?
Okay, so, all right. Thank you. Second by Councilmember Morale. 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the top of page 21, item 5, BCC appeal of John Williams has been deferred to the meeting of 5/8. We have item 6, CSTRIZD 325 has been deferred to the meeting of 5/8. Item 7, legislative group and zoning docket 425, CR4 Realty Investment LLC, requesting a zoning change from an SRS Suburban Single Family Residential District to an SRD Suburban Two Family Residential District on Square 110, lots 2 and 3, 5th Municipal District, and bounded by St. Maurice Avenue, North Milo Street, Treacle Street, and North Galvey Street. Municipal addresses 2109 through 2113, St. Maurice Avenue. The recommendation of the CPC being for approval. We have motion M25-244 by Councilmember Thomas approving the applicant's request for zoning docket 425.
This is an undeveloped lot that actually once held a two-family dwelling before it was demolished in 2011. The applicants plan to develop or redevelop two-family residence there again, and there has been no opposition. I'm familiar with this area, familiar with this block, familiar with this neighborhood, only kind of really putting back what was there in the past. City Planning, you want to add anything?
Well, you really said it. The Planning Commission recommends approval given the need for housing and the lack of opposition to this proposal.
It's always good to know the neighborhood. Move adoption. Second by Councilmember Green. All in favor? 6 yeas, no nays, and it's approved.
At the top of page 22, item number 8, legislative group and zoning docket 1725, 5001 Ferret Street LLC, requesting an amendment to an ordinance number 30,076, MCS zoning docket 125, to permit a conditional use for a fast food restaurant in HUMU Historic Urban Neighborhood Mixed-Use District on Square 608, Lot M1A, in the 6th Municipal District bounded by Ferret Street, Robert Street, South Robinson Street, and Sonia Street. Municipal address 5001 Ferret Street and 2316 Robert Street. The recommendation of the CPC being for approval, subject to 5 provisos. We have motion M25-250 by Councilmember Harris approving the applicant's request for zoning docket 1725, subject to 5 provisos.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Stephen, will you brief us on the CPC report?
Sure. This is a proposal to establish a Chipotle fast food restaurant in a 2-unit commercial building along 4th Street. The other unit in the building is occupied by a Convo location that was recently approved. This unit was previously a Blaze Pizza. This is similar to the kind of restaurants that exist and have existed at the location. No opposition expressed at the public hearing in front of the Planning Commission, so the Planning Commission recommends approval.
Thank you, Stephen. That's a Chipotle in District B. Rebecca, do you want to say anything? All right, she's in support. We'll move to adopt. Second by Councilmember Green.
Is there a car eating here? Just
I'll let you know. 6 yeas. Thank y'all. 7 yeas.
Item number 9, zoning docket 1825 has been deferred to the meeting of 5/8. At the top of page 23, item 10, legislative grouping NSTR special exception 19123, Darrell L. Anderson requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 2129 Iberville Street, squares 274. The CPC staff recommended approval with a motion M25-251 by Councilmember Harris, granting the request of Darrell Anderson for property located on square 274, Barron Municipal Address 2129 Iberville Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion would approve the NSTR request at 2129 Iberville Street. My office independently reviewed the report and, in agreement with CPC, determined that an approval would be appropriate. There is neighborhood support for this, showing that there will not be significant impact. I've moved. Councilmember Morrell has seconded. All in favor? 7 yeas. Thank you.
At the top of page 24, item 11, legislative grouping NSTR special exception 3624, motion line over M25-147 and motion line over M25-146 has been deferred to the meeting of 5/8. At the top of page 25, we have item 12, legislative grouping NSTR special exception 5024, Roosevelt Womack III requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 5213 Pasture Boulevard on square 18. The CPC staff recommended approval with a motion M25-258 by Councilmember Green, granting the request of Roosevelt Womack III for property located on square 18, Barron Municipal Address 5213 Pasture Boulevard.
Mr. Womack wants to rent 3 bedrooms in a 4-bedroom single-family home. The applicant did meet 4 of the 6 criteria of the City Planning Commission used for recommendations for special exception short-term rentals and received a favorable recommendation. There's been no opposition from the community to this request, therefore I move for approval. I have a second. Seconded by Council President Morrell. Members, please vote your machines. 7 yeas. Thank you very much for your support, members.
At the top of page 26, item 13, legislative grouping, NSTR special exception 5124, Robert M. Steinberg, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 636 Webster Street on square 23. The CPC staff recommended approval with a motion M25-246 by Councilmember Jeruso, granting the request of Robert M. Steinberg for property located on square 23, Barron Municipal Address 636 Webster Street.
my understanding is there an online comment? Ms. Carr?
This is from Craig Cornick. He says, I own rental property at 620 and 622 Webster. Home across the street has an STR permit, and also behind me at 631 Henry Clay. I'm opposed to any exceptions to the 1 per block rule. Please, I ask you to deny this request. In your legislation, grouping 13A, 5124, and B by owner Robert Steinberg.
Ms. Curran, did the person who wrote that provide their physical address as opposed to where they own rental property? Because my research shows they live in Metairie. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear for the record.
Yes, I always check to make sure it's there. You provided the rental property address.
Yeah, okay. Well, I think we always want to take into account what the near neighbor said. I know how sacrosanct that is to many of us, but there's a difference between owning rental property and your homestead exemption being in a different parish. So I appreciate the comment, but with trying to stay true both to the way that we ordinarily do land use and the CPC recommending approval in this instance, I feel comfortable moving forward with M25-246, seconded by Councilmember Morrell. 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the top of page 27, item 14, legislative grouping, NSTR special exception 205224, Paul DeClout, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 321 South Pierce Street on Square 758. The City Planning Commission recommended approval. We have motion M25-245 by Councilmember Jeruso, granting the request of Paul DeClout for property located on Square 758, their municipal address 321 South Pierce Street.
Move for approval. Second by Councilmember Harris. Seven yeas, no nays. Thank you.
On page 32, item 30, we have ordinance calendar number 35,088 by Councilmember Morrell, an ordinance establishing section 70-13 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to a requirement to all contracts and professional service agreements, identifying all parties performing work thereunder and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you. This is pretty straightforward. As many of us have discovered over the last couple of months, we have contracts where we have contractors who enter engagements to perform the work, but we do not have a requirement that they disclose the contractors who are under them doing the work at the time of when the contract is negotiated. In particular, we had that moment at the first meeting regarding the French Quarter trash contract when we found out that the subcontractor at the time, Clean Force, had in itself subcontracted that work to a company out of Monroe and had not disclosed that in a way that the city could track. So this simply requires that when you're negotiating contracts and professional service agreements, they just identify all the parties so that we don't have to discover them like Russian nesting dolls, who's inside of who inside of who. So just provides clarity, transparency, so we know who are the people that are actually doing the work. That's what it does. Any comments? Oh, got a card. All right, Mr. Burnside, go right ahead. I'm assuming this is your card, so just get started so you can keep moving along.
So I appreciate your comment about the Russian nesting dolls, particularly in an age where corporations are people and corporations can own corporations, which seems to me like slavery. I mean, people are owning people. But, that's me. I'm not a lawyer. So for me to come up here and talk, it's about the changing the contract from the other side of the coin. So if I read the newspaper articles correctly, which, forgive me if I did not, I'm going to slightly make up these numbers, but they're generally true. The contract in the French Quarter was originally let out to pick up from, I'm making this number up, but 7,000 separate sites, little garbage bins, right? And then that changed to 3,500. There was a major shift in the number of actual places that the contract was going to be implemented. So separate from the Russian nesting dolls of who is going to be picking up the trash cans, there's the issue of a non-lawyer looking at a newspaper article and seeing a material change in the contract itself, like the number of places that are going to be picked up is hugely different.
I think, well, one, I don't think the comment you have is germane to what we're talking about right now.
And I withdraw it.
Okay. But I can answer that question for you real quickly regardless. From the city's perspective, when the contract was let, it was based on an estimation of households. After the contract was let, the prime counted the households and said there were less households in the estimate. And I think that was part of the conflict, but that's not germane to this particular item. So this is simply dealing with everybody saying who's working on the contract. That's all it does. All right. Well, Mr. Green,
Do you have, what would happen if this information was not submitted?
it would, let's pull up the ordinance itself and say what it says. Come on. All right. Let's give me a second. Let me get to it.
I think the subcontractors, contractors and the public should know.
I think that the lack of following the ordinance would be grounds. If the council has the ability to disprove the contract, that would be grounds for doing it. There are, however, contracts that do not come to the council for approval, so to your point, for those contracts, it would be of grave concern to the public, but we as a council only have authority over the contracts that we have authority over. I hear your concerns. I'm not going to make assumptions in the future. On some of your legislation, I thought that you were going to come before your committee, because I'm asking questions now that I would have asked at a committee level. But I'm comfortable with the intent, but I recognize that I'll express to you some concerns that I have relative to what are the consequences if you don't follow certain ordinances. I appreciate that. Thomas?
Yeah, Councilmember Green, this is more of a procedural piece. It doesn't cloud the lines of authority of the charter, lines of authority. So this is more about procedure and clarity and giving the public a little clearer look into some transparency about issues that may fall in line with this.
And in light of what you said, that's kind of my concern, that I want subcontractors and contractors to understand the importance of doing certain things, and I also want city officials to know what the consequences are if certain measures aren't followed. We can't put pressure on administration officials, for example, or those who are in various departments of the city if we're not able to tell them what the consequences are for certain things not being followed. I'm willing to defer to our the fact that I think that this council moves in the right direction in terms of intent all of the time. But sometimes it's important to recognize that it's confusing the contractors and subcontractors too, relative to what the penalties are for violating certain ordinances of the city. That's all. I've moved. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Moreno. Please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays. It's adopted.
Item 31, ordinance calendar 35,091 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a second amendment to the cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and NORA relative to the city Department of Information Technology and Innovation, providing basic operational and disaster recovery support to NORA in exchange for NORA data sets, to extend the term thereof for an additional 3 years and to modify or reaffirm certain conditions as more fully set forth in the amendment as Exhibit A and incorporated and made part hereof and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
I move. Councilmember King is seconded. Seven yeas. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, item 32, ordinance calendar 35,092 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and EMDRC Partners LLC for more than 1 year for the public purpose of securing and stabilizing Building 601 to ensure the entirety of the Naval Activity Support Site is a safe and attractive space for residents, businesses, and visitors, including Building 601, during Phase 1 of the NSA development as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form as Exhibit A and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I move to adopt, properly seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. Please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the bottom of page 33, we have item 34, ordinance calendar number 35,094 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance amending and reordaining section...
Clerk, I'm going to defer this item.
Okay. This matter is being deferred to the meeting of 5/8. At the top of page 34, we have item 35, ordinance calendar number 35,095 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 3 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and Capital Area Corporate Recycle Council for the valuable public purpose of providing electronic waste removal and recycling services, reducing dumping fees, reducing electronic waste in landfills, and providing greater access to technology and extend the term thereof thereof for 1 year and to reaffirm the maximum aggregated amount of compensation of $0 as more fully set forth in Amendment Number 3 as Exhibit A and made part hereof and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
On the top of page 13. 4, by request, this is an annual extension of the CEA with the Capital Area Corporate Recycling Council. There's no compensation due to the CACRC for services performed pursuant to this CEA recycling matter. Move adoption. Second by Councilmember Moreno. All in favor? 7 yeas, no nays, and it's approved. Thank you, guys.
I just want to remind everybody before we get to the next matters that are being deferred, we took these up at Budget Committee, and the administration told us until the pay plan study was finalized that they would prefer that we not move forward with any of these motions on pay grade changes or pay changes. So in the interest of not being punitive, I'm going to honor that request. So you will see items 36 through 49 being deferred, and we'll continue deferring until the administration updates us with their position. Thank you.
Item 36, motion line over M25-182 has been deferred to the meeting of 5-8. Item 37, motion line over M25-183 has been deferred to the meeting of 5-8. At the top of page 35, item 38, motion line over M25-184 has been deferred to the meeting of 5-8. Item 39, motion line over M25-185 has been deferred to the meeting of 5-8. Item 40, motion line over M25-186 has been deferred to the meeting of 5-8. At the top of page 36, item 41, motion line over M25-187 has been deferred to the meeting of 5-8. Item 42, motion line over M25-188 has been deferred to the meeting of 5-8. Item 43, motion line over M25-189 has been deferred to the meeting of 5-8. Item 44, motion line over M25-190 has been deferred to the meeting of 5-8. At the top of page 37, item 45, motion M25-235 has been deferred to the meeting of 5-8. Item 46, motion M25-236 has been deferred to the meeting of 5-8. Item 47, motion M25-237 has been deferred to the meeting of 5-8. At the top of page 38, item 48, M25-238 has been deferred to the meeting of 5-8. Item 49, motion M25-239 has been deferred to the meeting of 5-8. At the bottom of the page, item 38, at the bottom of page 38, item 50, we have motion M25-242 by council members Morrell, Green, and King by request, adding the President of Council as a signatory to Amendment Number 7 to the Professional Service Agreement between the City of New Orleans and Phelps Dunbar LLP, and authorizing the President of Council to sign the Amendment Number 7 to the Professional Service Agreement between the City of New Orleans and Phelps Dunbar LLP.
Thank you. This is one of those contracts where we are both retroactively addressing an issue that a contract was not done timely. So this dates back to previous work done through current and deals with our representation with Phelps Dunbar regarding the ongoing litigation with the Downtown Development District regarding the fee collection arrangement similar to the Orleans Parish School Board. I move for approval. I believe it's a recusal.
Yeah, as somebody who works at Phelps, I'm going to recuse myself from this.
Thank you, Councilman Grisso. So I'll move to adopt. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Moreno. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas, 1 recusal. The motion is adopted.
At the top of page 39, we have item 51, motion M25-247 by Councilmember Morrell, amending and restating Rule 10B of the Council Rules and Regulations to read as follows. Rule 10B, Orders of proceedings. All regular council meetings shall be called to order promptly at the appointed hour and shall proceed to the business reflected on the agenda, which shall be addressed in the following order. 1, mayor or presiding officer call, roll call, invocation, pledge of allegiance. 2, approval of minutes. 3, consent agenda. 4, regular agenda. 5, special orders of business. 6, adjournment.
Thank you, members. This is pretty self-explanatory, as we've seen, as far as being able to get the business of the people done in a timely manner while giving those individuals who are doing special orders of business and presentations more flexibility on the length of time in which they do those special orders. This is a rearranging of the agenda to reflect the practices we've been doing for the last 2 meetings.
Councilmember, we have one online comment.
All right.
This is from Zach Smith.
That's it. I'll get to that. So why don't we do council comments first, then Mr. Smith? Go right ahead. In the order, I have Mr. Druso first.
Yeah, I just want to say it is 11:44 and we're practically done with the agenda. And that doesn't happen when we have orders of business at the beginning. I think if we're going to better serve the public and really try to keep the timeline of starting at 10 o'clock, this is a welcome change that benefits people because it allows us to hew to what our goal should be, which is to be timely, and then honor as well as possible set times that we give people as well. So with your permission, I'd like to add myself as co-author.
Okay, thank you. We'll do it at the appropriate time. Mr. Thomas?
Yeah, I was just really echo some of Councilmember Druso's comments, but also say that hopefully it'll help us be mindful of the public. In many cases, people will come here early in the morning, they sit through our business, and then their issues are well into the evening because of a lot of the other stuff that goes on. And the only thing I would add, Councilmember Morrell, is that if we could have a way of notification or notifying people, especially those who are coming for special orders, and so that we could hold as close as possible to that time frame, and they're not here early waiting for it to happen, but that we have a form of notification and communication that respects their time.
Yeah, I can tell you, practically speaking, what we've been doing, I think what works is what we've seen for the most part, unless we have significantly controversial legislation, is that we've resolved the bulk of our agenda before our executive session. So we will fine tune that, but for the most part, it seems like if we can have people coming after 1 o'clock, for the most part, we're getting to them pretty quickly at that point. Mr. Green.
My comments were going to be similar, but I just wanted to caution us that even, for example, with your 3 orders of business today, they all involve youth. And how long do we have them wait before we determine that we're going to be at the end of a meeting? The problem with the rigid after the order of business, after the regular agenda, is that sometimes we'll have young people especially waiting in here for a pretty long time. So it was kind of broached just now. It was suggested that we tell people to come near 1 o'clock. I keep in mind that sometimes we may have a meeting that ends at 12 if we do it right, but we should stay around for those who are the special orders of business to give them an opportunity to be heard. 2 things. 1, just remember, 5 of us always have to hang around because we can't adjourn the meeting without 5 of us here. And further, what I would tell you is this is the order of proceedings. We always have the ability to suspend the rules if necessary. So if we see that we have a particularly lengthy meeting, we see we have some young people or some elderly people in the audience who we need to get out of here, we can always suspend the rules to go to an item. So that can be, we have flexibility inherently. So with that, I will move. Can I get a second?
Councilman, we had that one.
Sorry, comment online. I apologize.
Sorry. This is from Zach Smith. He says, on behalf of myself, my clients, and so many others, we have a huge appreciation for this motion. For far too long, city staffers and the general public present for official business have been subjected to the wait-all-day approach to council meetings. This is a huge step for City Hall walking the walk when it says we are more business-friendly. I fully support all of the photo ops and recognition for our locals that celebrate great achievements, but that should be done after the actual work of government is completed.
All right.
I feel like a shot was just taken at us.
I think that was the attempt at what do you call it? A negative compliment, a neg. I will. All right, 6 yeas. One missing. 7 yeas, no nays. The rule change is adopted. Thank you.
On page 39, item 52, motion M25-249 by Councilmember King, directing City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider a zoning map amendment for SB2 Suburban Pedestrian Oriented Corridor Business District to SMU Suburban Neighborhood Mixed Use District on Square 2 or Lot MNOP in the 5th Municipal District bounded by Binder Boulevard, General DeGaulle Boulevard, Berman Place, and Ryan Street. Municipal address 3601 Berman Place.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I make a motion to adopt. Second by Councilmember Moreno. 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
Okay. 51. We have item 53, resolution.
I'm going to defer that item, and I'm going to take a moment of personal privilege. I appreciate the comments Mr. Green made earlier. For these items that I'm deferring, even though this is a resolution, we're going to discuss these at the next governmental affairs meeting.
All right, resolution 25-252 has been deferred to the meeting of 5/8. At the top of page 40, we have item 54, motion M25-253 by Councilmember Moreno. We need to suspend Rule 15.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to suspend Rule 15. Seconded by Council President Morrell. All in favor? Aye. 7 yeas, no nays, and Rule 15 is suspended. This is appointing Ashley Spears to the ITEP committee. The reason why we couldn't bring it to GA is because we have to move quickly to create this committee under the new rules by the state. So with that, I'm
Let
going
me
to
read it into record real quick, Councilmember.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. We have motion M25-253 by Councilmember Moreno, ratifying, confirming, and approving the appointment of Ashley Spears as a council appointee to the Orleans Parish Ad Valorem Tax Exemption Program Committee for Orleans Parish.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to adopt. Seconded by President Morrell.
And we need this Ashley Spears person to go and fight for Orleans. Fight.
7 yeas, no nays. And a cheer from Councilmember Green.
And we have item 55, resolution R25-255 by Councilmember Moreno. Resolution and ordering regarding Energy New Orleans LLC compliance filing docket number UD 1803.
Thank you. This has to do with community solar. Together New Orleans actually proposed some changes to the program, so this resolution, it just establishes a 30-day comment period to go over Together New Orleans proposed rule changes. So I'll make a motion to adopt. Seconded by President Morrell. One person. 7 yeas, no nays.
We have motion M25-259 by Council Members Jeruso.
Is that a suspension of the rules? Okay. So we have to suspend it to get it on. That's all. Ooh, this is the one that's 600,000 per unit.
Okay, item 56, we have motion M25-259 by Council Members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request, adding the President of Council as a signatory to the agreements between the Office of Community Development and the WD Phase 2 LP, and authorizing the President of Council to sign the agreements between the Office of Community Development and WD Phase 2 LLP.
Thank you, members. We voted on this at Budget Committee, but for some reason it didn't make the agenda, so we don't have to suspend Rule 57, but we do have to suspend the rules to add it to the agenda. So Yes, Councilmember Green?
I don't
that
want to
was me. I
interrupt
say
you.
we need-
No, that's why I'm stopping.
I'm going to express the concern that I started at the last meeting when we looked at this. I'm sorry it's not on the agenda. But to whatever extent that I can, and it's not just all rhetorical, the cost per unit for some of these developments is just incredible. This one is $600,000 per unit. I want us to look as a society at the potential for filling some of these vacant lots. For example, in communities such as the one that I represent, I talk about it all the time, and others, with single-family and duplexes that can result in some ownership in the long run. I'm going to have to be part of that, but I know we've approved a housing trust. This particular project is $620,000 per unit. I could build duplexes on Metropolitan Street in Desire and put someone in one side of it and let them eventually own it, and it would cost maybe $400,000 for the entire duplex. That is only a comment that I make on the record. It's not something that we did. It's something that was done by the administration, but it reflects to me one of the concerns that I have relative to many of the projects that are funded even by the federal government. They put in place programs that have numerical requirements that have to be met, and they have to be met based on your proximity to certain things, certain factors. And because of that, it drives up the cost of the land and the development. And therefore, it perpetually stigmatizes certain neighborhoods and reduces the amount of development that takes place in them because it's a chicken or the egg situation. Which comes first? I hope that with our Housing Trust Fund, that the City of New Orleans will be very committed to looking at cost per unit and looking at the potential for creating home ownership and also rental opportunities that are less expensive, that are in neighborhoods that could really use it. That's all.
Thank you, Council Member. Mr. Burnside, I know you have a card, but what I'm going to do is get through the procedural things first, and then before we vote on the actual motion, get to you. So, on motion to suspend the rules
To receive.
to receive, I've moved, seconded by Councilman Moreno. I need, I think, one more. Okay, 6 yeas, no nays. Now I'll move to add it to the agenda. Seconded by President Morel. Six yeas, no nays, and before we vote on the motion itself, Mr. Burnside wants to make public comment.
My name is Michael Eric Burnside. I live at 2215 Felicity. 2215 Felicity is a legal house. It's a legal house of 176 square feet. It cost me $16,000 to build before COVID. It's $5,000 for the land, $6,000 for the material, and $5,000 for the law, meaning the land surveyor, the Class 1A plumber, and the Class 1A electrician. I've lived in it for 10 years. It comes to an annual rent of $1,600. When I see numbers like at the Louisiana Firehouse, where the per unit cost is $1 million per unit, I see this as the death of affordable housing. I see this as people who are conservative saying that costs too much. And when it costs too much, we have subjects moved. We have the French Quarter businesses unhappy with people sleeping on their doorsteps, and these people are moved. Moved people that are not necessarily given access to traveler aid, second and third outreach efforts. There's a connection in my mind between the cost of affordable housing and the number of people that are housed. And I would argue that we don't have housed enough people. And one of the reasons we don't house enough people is we spend a lot of money on a very few number of units. It becomes a question, what is a unit? And it's a serious question because I have one or two friends who still are alive and who are homeless, and I have one or two friends who were homeless and are now dead. And what happens is the people who build affordable housing build it for the end of the affordability period. So they build for what the market is going to want 30 years from now. They're going to want 2 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms apartments. It's hard to get people to build studios. It's hard to get people to even build 1 bedrooms. But people forget that the homeless are human, and when a friend asks you to sleep on the couch, if you've got an extra bedroom, you let him. And this causes problems with landlords. We need to build.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, just quickly to address Mr. Burnside's issue. There are some really good models out there, including in your neighborhood and my neighborhood, built by People's Housing Plus, that employs a community land trust so that the housing that is built is permanently affordable, even if the family who first buys it moves on to another house. So take a look at that model, and I think that addresses some of your concerns. Thank you.
All right, I've moved on M25-259, second by Councilmember Harris. Six yeas, no nays. Thank you.
Council members, we could suspend the rules to go on this on first reading.
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Chairman, just for a couple seconds. We deferred the tobacco ordinance because of a letter from the state, and I don't want to get into the meat of it in terms of our authority to do that. So hopefully we'll clarify that with the law department and with the administration, and at some point deal with that issue again. Thank you.
Ordinances on first reading. Ordinance calendar number 35,097 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to amend and reordain Article 17 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, Ordinance number 4264 MCS as amended by Ordinance number 26,413 MCS and subsequent amendments. To add wine shop as a conditional use in the CBD5 Urban Core Neighborhood Lower Intensity Mixed Use District, subject to the use standards in Section 20.3.PPP and as defined in Article 26, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, zoning docket 1425. Ordinance calendar number 35,098 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a wine shop in a CBD5 Urban Core Neighborhood Lower Intensity Mixed Use District on Square 218, Lot 7A in the 1st Municipal District, bounded by Girard Street, Carondelet Street, Julia Street, and St. Charles Avenue. The municipal addresses are 722 through 726 Girard Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, zoning docket number 1525. Ordinance calendar number 35,099 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the execution and delivery by the New Orleans Building Corporation of the 8th Amendment to concession agreement between NOBC and subleaser and Rowan, Sharma, and Hartbrett Bischenthal Subway as subleasee, which amendment is attached here to as Exhibit A, the amendment, and which amendment amends the concession agreement between NOBC and Subway, the lease, pursuant to which NOBC subleased to Subway a portion of the first floor of the Union Passenger Terminal Building, the leased premises, for Subway's operation of a Subway restaurant and to provide for related matters and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,101 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans, the city, and the Finance Authority of New Orleans for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of providing affordable housing and sustainable development through the provision of payments in lieu of taxes in the city of New Orleans is more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,102 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement among the city of New Orleans, the city, the New Orleans Recreation Development Commission, the commission, and Friends of Joe W. Brown Memorial Park and Louisiana Nature Center, FOJWBP, or contractor for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of providing quality recreational, academic, cultural, and/or economic opportunities for the city's residents by opening a carousel at North Joe W. Brown Recreation Center for residents of New Orleans as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement attached hereto as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,103 by council members Jeruso, Morel, Moreno, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. An ordinance to establish the Children's Benevolence Fund as Division 55 of Article 3 in Chapter 70 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to ordain sections 70-415.344 through 70-415.349 of the Code of the City of New Orleans within said division and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. That concludes the ordinances on first reading.
Motion to adjourn, Green.
At the top of page 33, item
Jeff.
33, legislative group and ordinance calendar 35,093, along with motion M25-254 has been deferred to the meeting of 5/8.
Is that the last item? Is that the last item?
Yes,
So
exactly.
now I need to come back to adjourn.
If they're ready for executive session.
Is that the last item?
That's what I moved to adjourn. We just need 5 people. Are we going to executive session? I asked about that. I thought, but we need a quorum to go into it, huh? I thought it was on here.
Well, while we're waiting to get a quorum to adjourn or go into executive session, I said earlier that we were deferring the tobacco issue because of a letter from the state. That's wrong. We had gotten information from the administration that the state had issued an objection. The state has not issued an objection, but I think there's more we need to do on our side to kind of clean up what we're going to do, and especially what we're trying to do in terms of prohibitions and what happens with the proliferation of tobacco products, especially within disparate communities or targeting urban and African-American communities. So when we get that worked out, we hope to have the health department bring that back before the city council. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
They're waiting for this. Oh, no, they're here for something else. Okay.
Green move, we need a second to go into executive session. 1, 2, 5 yeas.
What's the executive session?
5 or 6 things.
Yeah. I'll be sitting there.
Paula Johnson, coming up. Madam Clerk, you can call us back to session.
Councilmember Morrell,
Here.
Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember Jeruso, Councilmember Harris, Councilmember King, Councilmember Green, Councilmember Thomas. We have six members who
Present.
have a quorum.
Thank you. On the last item on our agenda, and it is
Two more
called up.
items.
Two more items.
Two more?
Net 30.
Oh man,
We'll be
Hey.
fast.
is that 30? Oh man, never mind. Hold on a second, guys.
Page 18, Item 1, City Code Section 2-551, Vendor Payment Accounting Hearing, Finance Department and Procuring Departments presenting on all invoices as of March 31st, reports of outstanding vendor invoices.
Thank you. It only looks like we have two classes of invoices, one from DPW, other, it looks like, capital projects. So let's take the capital projects, Kyle, with both. All right. Well then, let's take Kyle for both and knock out the sewage and water board one in particular. That's $5 million. Thank you, Kyle, for being here. And Frida.
So we had the Cintas and Mid-City Automotive. So those have been processed and are on the next check run. And the Sewage and Water Board invoice has been canceled due to the 100% of the fair share money going towards Sewage and Water Board.
So they're not owed $5 million? I mean, they are owed $5 million. So I just, I don't understand.
So there was no additional budget for IMF, and there's an understanding that part of the consolidation, that 100% of the fair share money was going to Sewage and Water Board.
Right. So,
And that started January 1, 2025.
But
The $5 million that was paid in the 2 previous years
Right.
were paid from the DPW 25% of
Right,
IMF.
right.
And so now that they're getting the 100% of IMF,
Right.
that $5 million is a part of that.
okay. But I just want to make sure it's not getting lost, because here's,
Oh, not at
here's,
all.
let me just get it out. Here's the issue, is that Gassan sent an email to the administration saying, I haven't received any of this money. And so there's the $5 million that's supposed to be part of the IMF. There's a second $5 million that was supposed to be part of the fair share. And there's the traffic camera money that hasn't gone to them yet either. So I just want to make sure all this is handled, because they're going to get the calls for drainage and getting all the pipes clean and doing all the stuff. And just make sure that, notwithstanding this, that the money is flowing to them so they can do the work.
Yes, everything that is due to them per the updated CEAs of this year is being paid to them.
Okay, and Frida, do you know when they're going to get the money?
As soon as that CEA is still being drafted, the drainage one, that one is still being, it has not been executed.
That's not my understanding. I mean, we passed that a long time ago, and that ought to be done. So I'd like just kind of get an update on that, because that would be news to me. So I appreciate the updates on the other ones. You know, we appreciate the fact we're going on the run, but we just want to make sure, particularly with hurricane season around the corner, there are no problems.
And we did already this year pay them an additional $3.7 million of ARPA money.
Great.
To Sewage and Water Board.
Yeah, I know.
And they received that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you
Okay.
very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you all. Take care.
All right, y'all have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye.
At the top of page 2, special orders of business. First order of business, presentation, Roots of Music. The Roots of Music empowers the youth of New Orleans through music education, academic support, and mentorship, while preserving and promoting the unique musical and cultural heritage of our city. The Roots of Music are continuing to be a marquee culture barrier in the city of New Orleans.
All right, Derek, you gotta bring the whole crew down here. And they got you all set up here, and we're gonna, everybody come down. Bring everybody come down. We're gonna embarrass you. Come on down there. Come sit at the table, Derek. At the table. You know,
Don't take your hat off, Derek, man. It's not church. Put your hat back on, man. Yeah. All right, represent. All right. So today we are celebrating Roots and everything you do. I'm going to read a couple of quick points. Actually, you know what? Can you introduce everybody who's up here with you today?
Yes. I have Mr. Bear, our band director. We have Miss Natalie, our marketing director. Mr. Rawlins, our artistic director. Miss Erica, our CEO. Miss Leslie, our development. Most important part, I forget, huh? And we have Miss Marley Cage right here on our band, our clarinet player. Craft, that clay. I'm sorry, my baby. We have 5 Marleys in the band. Trying to remember all the names, and I'm Derek Tabb.
All right. Well, just for those of you who don't know, and if you don't know, you're probably watching on the internet, the Roots of Music was created in 2007 during the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina by Derek Tabb, Grammy winner and CNN hero. The Roots of Music is true to its name. They are the roots of music education and culture in our city. They believe music has the power to transform lives. The Roots of Music empowers the youth of New Orleans through music, education, academic support, and mentorship while preserving and promoting the unique musical and cultural heritage of our city. The program provides music history and theory as well as instrumental instruction and ensemble performance preparation. They serve kids 3 to 18 from low-income households and provide students with hot meals, round-trip transportation to reduce common barriers to participation. And also, I know that Council Vice President Moreno and I got to go to the last instrument unveiling. And when you see kids get to hold a brand new instrument in their hands, it is like one of the most powerful, beautiful things you can ever see. Because it's, on one hand, you see an artist getting to hold the instrument that is essential to their craft, but on the other hand, you get to see kids hold a new instrument that is intended for them. And that is, I mean, we certainly applaud all the efforts done across the city to try and get instruments to you, but there's a difference between getting an instrument that's seen a lot of love, because that's all that's available, and having a kid hold something that's brand new, that's intended for them. So I cannot say enough about what y'all do for the kids and youth in our city. I'm gonna let council members speak, then I'll make Derek talk, because he doesn't like talking about himself, but I think it's important for you to kind of illustrate when we get to you about what this program means to kids and how many kids are always trying to get in this program. But we'll let the politicians get out the way before I let you speak. So we'll start from Mr. DeRusso and go down the line.
I don't know if it's like appropriate or JP's punishing you by being here on Jazz Fest. But I'm gonna take it as appropriate. And look, I don't know that there's any way we can echo what's already been said. I mean, there's nothing more important than having children enriched and in arts and working together, and you're providing all of that. And, you know, as JP said too, there's always barriers to entry to things, right? There's a barrier to entry to do something in government. There's a barrier to entry to go to school. If you want to play music, you need the instrument. And so the fact that you all provide food, and you provide mentorship, and you provide an instrument, and then probably almost more importantly, you create something lifelong that lives with people, is probably the most precious thing you do for them. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to be a politician who gets out the way and not speak long, because I think we all want to get to Jazz Fest, and I know you most of all. But I will say this, look, in light of the cuts that we know that are going to come from the federal government, that we know that are going to come from the state to arts education, which is so critically important to childhood development. And we know that from being in such a magical musical city that our kids need to have artistic development and artistic outlet. And so the fact that you provide that to them, especially in the wake, in the face of these unprecedented cuts that we're going to see, is just so powerful. So I know that when I see y'all come out during Mardi Gras and other events, that we see the kids and everybody screams for the Roots of Music. So we're here supporting you beyond that, right? Beyond the screams, beyond the performances. But if y'all need additional support, you let us know, because we all know that we, as New Orleanians, are going to face a hard time in these next 4 years. And I don't want to be the politician who brings the bad tone, but that's just the truth. And so we're here for you. We're here for the kids most of all, and we're here for your mission. So I just want to thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, good to see y'all. I have to tell you, you are by far one of the best organizations in the city working with our youth, hands down. I mean, I see what you all do, and not only, of course, are you so focused on our youth and teaching them music, but you are focused on their families. You're focused on their families, and I see it when I come to your events. I see the family connections there. I see how you interact with the parents, and how you treat the kids in the whole family unit. And it's remarkable what you do. You work so hard to keep growing, and in my opinion, and I think in your opinion too, you've outgrown the space you're in, and I think now it's time to help you elevate to that next level. And that next level is making sure that you get your own building. Get your own building so that, hopefully your organization and potentially other organizations who are also working to teach kids music, like I think of Girls Play Trumpet Too and Troy Sawyer, that maybe there could be this collaboration and all potentially share some space and share knowledge and share kinship. Like, I think that would be truly an amazing, amazing accomplishment if we could all come together and figure out that path to get you your building. And then at the same time, I'll just say this, my dear friend Eric Paulson, he was one of y'all's biggest cheerleaders, and I, every time I hear about your successes, and every time I hear the kids perform, I always think about him. I really do. And when you all led the second line after his passing, I think it was such an emotional just experience for myself and others who were close to him, because of how much this organization meant to him and how much he helped so much to amplify this organization. So I'm just so grateful to all of you. You've got my constant support. I love you guys, and just keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you so much.
I also greatly appreciate the work that you do. I often talk about the roots of music when I talk to people about some of the positive things that are going on in our city. And I have reason to go around to a variety of events where I talk to people and say, I'll give you an example of some of the positives that are going on in our community relative to our young people, and it's the roots of music. And when I see you all, for example, not just in the parades, but in other places, in other spaces, sharing your talents and putting those young people forward, you're serving as an example not only to the young people who are participants, but also to other young people who see them. And there are a lot of reasons that I feel that our city is moving in the right direction in some respects, in some very important respects. One of the reasons is because we have folks such as you who are giving time and talent to young people, and I know that it's going to continue to grow, and I know it's going to be challenging because it's going to continue to grow. And I hope that one day there'll be an announcement soon about a new building that will really be exciting, but we'll hold that close to the vest right now. But the bottom line is that just thank you for all that you do, for working with those young people, making a tremendous difference in our city, and whatever we can do to assist, let me know. For example, there's a lot of enthusiasm here. Our Recreation and Culture Fund only allows you to give a certain amount to a particular organization, and when I got on the computer to make a donation, it was already done. You're already at the maximum, so you're maxed out early, like with 2 people. So I'm looking forward to being able to support it this year, and just let me know what else I can do to promote the roots of music, but know that I promote it a lot. I appreciate what you all do. Thank you very much.
First of all, I thank the organization. It's really a continuation of our culture and our tradition. And I can just name a few of my family members: Lillian and John Boutte, Placide Adams, Walter Harris, and many others who the culture and the tradition continues in them. I think when you talk about roots of music, what people don't get is they think about the music part of it and the equipment and being a musician, but it's really continuing the soul of New Orleans when you know New Orleans You know, one of the most interesting conversations I ever had was years ago with one of the few African Americans, renowned opera singer Noah Stewart, and I had a chance to interview Noah. And when I asked Noah why was he so attracted to New Orleans and New Orleans musicians, he said because there was a beat and a tradition in our children, and there was a rhythm. There was a cadence that New Orleans musicians had, that beat and that rhythm and that cadence and that count really can't be duplicated anywhere else in the world. You know, so when you come up in it, it's bigger than just playing a horn or beating on a drum. It's about what we learn in terms of the rhythm. And I'll say it like this, Derek. That tradition, that culture, that rhythm and trust, that every time our kids play an instrument, we remind them they're not like us.
I mean, wait, Derek, before you go, I was sitting here, I thought of something. I don't often, like, I'm the least person to talk about history when talking about the council and what we should or shouldn't do, but I know you remember, so for those of you who are new to New Orleans, before 2000, NOCA was literally a New Orleans Parish public school. Yeah. And the barriers to entry in NOCA, the stories you see back in the day with Gregory Hines finding the kid on the street tap dancing and getting the NOCA, when NOCA became a state conservatory, that all ended. It became a school that was a magnet school for the entire state of Louisiana, and there are a lot of benefits to that, obviously, because this is no knock on NOCA. It's a place where talented kids were congregate to do things, but what was lost in that transition was when it became a state conservatory, when you were required to have professional training to apply, the vehicle for that kid on the street who picked up a horn at 6 to get in a NOCA, it ended. The barrier to entry became a barrier, and what you saw was a tremendous amount of talented kids who could not meet the criteria the state established. They just fell off. And they went from trying to find kids that were homegrown local kids to they were competing with kids from St. Tammany, from Shreveport, and the like. And really what I love about your program is the barrier to entry to Roots is just we have to have the resources to let you in. There is no barrier like if you want to go join Roots, it's not who you know, it's not what you know, it's I want to learn and I want to perform. And I know you're going to talk about this, and I love the stories you tell, Derek, but it's like there's so many kids that just want to be part of Roots. And it's just so rare to have a program that is as ridiculously successful as your program is, and every hour of the day y'all are trying to find out how to help more kids. You don't want any barriers to being in Roots. When you turn down kids, you turn them down because you don't have no more spots, no more instruments. Right. So just thank you so much for always being the person that when kids are in need, you're always trying to find the yes, not the no. That's all. All right, Derek, now you got to talk. Because he doesn't like talking.
First of all, I want to thank you guys, man. I really appreciate all that y'all do for this organization. It is always good to call and get an answer from all of you guys. Like you said, it is always hard to turn down kids. We opened up the app on April 1st. I believe we're at almost 300 kids right now that has put in the application. Every year, we are over 500 almost applications getting put in. And it's hard, yes, it is hard, but it shows for us how many kids want to be involved in something. And we just want to support the kids at all times. I often talk about my team because I have a great team. I have a great board, I have a great staff, and everybody care about the kids. And my kids, when you walk in there, that's what keeps me going. I get to go there every day and see a bunch of kids that want to be very productive in anything that they want to do. And they achieve any goal we put in front of them. So I just want to thank you guys and give my staff, anybody, a chance to say something else. Mr. Lawrence Rollins.
Good afternoon, you guys.
Again, my name is Lawrence Rawlins. I was actually Derek Chapp's first band director. And just so happened, this young gentleman right here, Mr. Bear, he was one of our first students. So now he's the band director. So it's like full circle. Just to piggyback, we just paying forward what was given to us growing up. Our band directors put so much time and effort into us, our parents, it was a village, and we just paying forward, you know, with some discipline, different type of discipline nowadays, but they're still getting discipline. You know, how to do things, when to do things, and, you know, like Derek used to say a lot of the time, the kids don't understand consequences. Once we get back to letting them know what consequences mean, what they are, we'll be better as a whole. So I would like to really thank you guys. This is really, it's really emotional. It's been 18 years, you know. It's 18 long years. It was supposed to last 6 months. 6 months. So to the naysayers, what? How you like us now? Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, you gotta say something, man.
Oh, Barry, you know you want to talk.
How y'all doing? I'm not much of a talker. I would like to say thank y'all for y'all continuous support of the Roots of Music. If it wasn't for this program, I probably wouldn't be here talking to y'all right now. So I would just like to say thank y'all for y'all support, and please continue to support the Roots of Music so that Miss Marley might grow up and be the next band director.
All right.
Thank you. I echo everyone's sentiments. It's always truly humbling, really, to hear what other people think about what it is we do. And we never get tired of hearing that. It just reinforces, really. It's like the kickstand on your bicycle, right? You can keep going, keep standing, and just it helps to push us forward. One of the things that I would like to share about how our program has grown. Everybody knows and loves and sees the Marching Crusaders because they're the ones that are in the parades. But our 3 to 8-year-olds, those are our sprouts of music. We go to them at their respective schools. We get a lot of phone calls about Sprouts. It's currently only in 1 or 2 schools, but we are growing that this year. It's probably going to be in about 4 or 5 schools. So we are excited about that. On the other end of that is our Studio Academy. They are 9 to 14 years old. They're learning any and everything about music engineering, studio production, so that whether you want to be on the front-facing side or behind the engineering table, there is a space for you within the music world. 2 of our current students were just accepted to Berkeley City College 5-week internship, so they'll be going there pretty soon. We do have to send them with DoorDash gift cards because they like to ask me for money because they don't like the food. But that's all right. They're from New Orleans. They're not supposed to like the food anywhere else. But we will support them in that. And we had 2 students recently go to Minnesota for our instrument repair program. So that they can come home, they can repair some of these instruments that we get donated, they can keep the ones that you guys saw being presented to us and shown to our kids, they can keep them up and running without us having to outsource that. So we are really, really excited about all the branches that are taking shape for us. So thank you. We couldn't do it without your support.
So I'm the newest staff member. And I just feel so privileged as a transplant to New Orleans. This is my chosen home. And I think, to me, this is a quintessential New Orleans nonprofit. Of any type of nonprofit in the city, arts or otherwise. I think the dedication to the kids at each stage of their development, thinking about serving the whole child. We have, she's not present here today, but our full-time social worker, Dr. Ware, is a huge asset to the team. I mean, we've had kids say that she is the person that they most want to talk to. And so thinking about not only their development as young artists, however they take these experiences in their future, but thinking about just what they need throughout the day, because they face a lot of challenges. And so the fact that we can provide for them just for their whole self means so much to me, because I think that's often something that falls off. You know, you just kind of deal with like the academic side and the curriculum and the things that you can check off, but there's things that are kind of beyond words that I hope will really serve them and just make them feel that they can be empowered, they can take care of themselves, and that they have a support network. They have all these people behind them. So thank you.
All right, with that, we're coming on air. You got something you want to add? Go ahead, Derek. Go ahead, Derek.
One more thing. Right now, currently, we are enrolling most kids to NOCA, more than anybody else in the city.
Wow.
We send them most kids to NOCA, and have been for the last 12 or 13 years.
Well, and to that point, I want to re-hit that again. But for an organization like Roots, if a kid wants to be an instrumentalist at NOCA, their parent has to go hire someone to teach them, because part of I just went through this audition process, not for music, for arts, but they want to make sure that you're ready when you get into NOCA to get to the conservatory level. Whereas back when it was a public school in 2000, they taught you notes and taught you, there were kids that were self-taught but didn't know how to read music. That is all part of what you do, and but for Roots, you would be tied to what your parents could get for you to get in there. So, I mean, the fact that y'all enroll the most kids, that is amazing, but the fact that you're providing a service that those kids otherwise couldn't even get into NOCA without you. And that's amazing. That's awe-inspiring, Derek. We really appreciate what you do for the city.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, we got a person back here who wants to make comment.
I'm Jeffrey Seymour. Derek got me involved in this thing 4 or 5 years ago. Been trying to get out ever since. On behalf of the Roots and Music Board, I want to thank the entire City Council. You guys have been here for us from the start, and we appreciate that. It won't happen without guys like you, and we will never forget that. And I also want to personally thank you all for honoring these folks here, because this is why it happens and how it happens. These are the boots on the ground, Derek and his team. And these guys put their heart and their soul into it every day. Most of you have been down to the church. For those of you who haven't been, come down to the church and see what actually goes on. And what you'll see is something that surprised me the first time I saw the kids at Roots, which is I expected to see kids fooling around, smiling, laughing, pushing each other, grabbing a hat, playing keep away. You come see us down at the church. The kids are absolutely serious. They don't laugh, they don't smile. And what you see, and you'll see this when they parade, what you see on their faces is pride. That's what you see, and that's what these guys provide, is they give these kids a chance to be proud of something that is positive. I've been here in town for a short period of time, and after being here a year or two, I was like everybody else. I said, you got these kids that are going down the wrong track, and it's the police that aren't doing their job. That's not the problem. Once you tell the police that they have to fix it, it's already over. You have to get to these kids when they're young. You have to get to these kids at a point where they're going to make a left or they're going to make a right. And the issue is, we as a community, all of us, everybody, we as a community, have failed to give these kids positive opportunities in their life that they can be proud of. And so when I see a kid doing something crazy, walking down the street with a kid, I almost can understand why the kid does that. So that's what these guys do. They give these kids something to be proud of. And these guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you all for honoring them, because these are the guys that walk the walk every day. Thanks.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to come down and present this proclamation, then y'all can all go to Jazz Fest.
Special orders 2 and 3 has been withdrawn. Council members, we can make a motion to adjourn.
7 yeas, no nays, so 6 yeas, no nays, we're adjourned.